Good afternoon. It's good afternoon. I hope that you enjoy the moment. I hope that you have a nice tea break. We have an excellent press conference. So I will share with you the objective. Yes, we shared with you the concept notes. We shared with you the agenda. We'll share with you after the final version of the agenda because we have some change. We have some participants who missed their flight. But it's good to go through again the objective, what we are expecting from this meeting, and then after we should know that if we reach yes or not the objective of the meeting. So I don't know if my presentation is ready. I have a short presentation of 5 minutes. Don't worry, I will not take your time. So waiting for the technique for the presentation. My presentation, okay. Okay, so we are waiting for the technique. I hope that we know for which reason you are around. Then okay, I think the technology is not with me, but the objective is to tell you for which reason we are here. I think we are here for the forum. So, end of my presentation. This is the end of my presentation. So, we are here for the forum. So, welcome you all in, okay. Yes, we are here for the forum, we agree. So, thank you very much. Wait, okay. Okay. So we are also here to discover Sharm el-Sheikh. For me, it was the first time I discovered a very nice city. I hope that you will get opportunity like me. Yesterday, we have the pleasure, Commissioner, if you remember, to see a bit the city. Me, it was the first time, so I have the opportunity to see this nice city. And then, okay, so I'm continuing also my presentation. We are here for the forum, and then the expectation is to always be excellent in our work, to always deliver. Should I continue? Today is tough, I don't know why it's for me, please. Okay, but okay. Yeah, maybe I should do something and then to take it and then. Now, but it's good. I think it's an opportunity for me to be here. Also, all eyes on me for the moment. Coordinator, even you don't have this opportunity to. So I think all eyes on me. Please, I hope that yes, serious. I have to take this opportunity to be yes on the. I think yes, so that Because after that, I will just disappear and then do the secretariat. So let us, okay, Meshach, I hope you will resolve it. Huh? But honestly, it's just to share. We know that we may have some newcomers. We know that there is some for them is the first time they are attending GMES activity, GMES meeting. It's just to share with them what is GMES, what we are expecting after that program, and then to continue building this network. Okay. I wait. Okay. Please say 1 second. Meshach say 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. I have the presentation here. Okay. I put it for you here. Milton. Objective for the forum, yes. For the minute, yes. You can take it. Finally, I'm the one resolving the problem. I'm the one giving my presentation. It's okay? But we can do it manually. Manual. Okay, it's good. Okay, let's make it very, very quick. We agreed to share with you the theme of the forum, and we said that it should be on Earth observation for resilience and innovation on Africa. Why? We know that we are going through several problems in terms of climate change, disaster, flood, everything, but we know that also in Africa we have that capacity in terms of innovation, and I'm very happy that all the experts in terms of geomatic, IT, management, we are here. That's why the theme of the forum is Earth Observation for Resilience and Innovation in Africa. For those, if it's the first time you are coming here or you are attending GMES and Africa meeting, for your information, this is one of the best, the very nice Pan-African program on EO. It was a long continuity among cooperation between Africa Union Commission and the European Union Commission. We are bringing more than 167 institutions, and as you are seeing, we are working, the program of GMES is a network. We call that network because we are using consortia. Within the consortia, we have several entities. So you will have an idea of the family, the GMES and Africa family. And for your information, as you see, it's really a Pan-African and African program on EO with only one objective: to build the capacity, institutional capacity on EO and the human capacity on EO. For what? Just to handle any kind of issue from end users. The objective of the forum. The objective of the forum, coordinator is used to say that we are here today for the 4 coming days, not to talk about technique, not to talk about algorithms, program, no. We are coming to do, this is, I'm quoting your word, coordinator, is to do the show. Based on what is the success story we want to share. We know that we are here to impact end users' life. It can be fishermen, farmers. We are here to do, honestly, to build the capacity of African users. So the objective is really to discuss on the achievement, on the lesson learned. And then we want after to engage. Maybe we missed some communication. Maybe we didn't reach all the stakeholders. We hope through this forum, through the presentation, through the discussion, we even just had a press conference to engage stakeholders, to say, this is what we are doing. We want your support also in terms of ownership to help us reaching our objectives. How we will do it? You receive an agenda, it will be a lot of discussion. Just after my presentation, we'll have a first panel, high-level panel discussion. We'll listen to them, but we'll also listen to the consortia. Each of them will present what they did in terms of honestly achievement and how they are impacting. We'll not talk, so it will be really a lot of discussion, high level, and interaction with you, participants. We are all here. We have the youth, we have university, we have our European partners, we have consortia, we have end users. This is honestly all our words, but it's honestly wider than that. But minimum, we have all our consortia, the end users, and then we'll interact in terms of experience. At the end, we want, yes, the first objective, we are here for the meeting. That's very good. But we need more and more visibility for the program. We are counting on you to use all your channels to tell people what we are doing, to tell people what is happening today for the next 4 days, what is happening in terms of EO using, in terms of impacting what is happening in Sharm el-Sheikh about the GMES and Africa program. The best practice. We have so many interactions, we have so many consortia, and we want to benefit from each other. So we are expecting the best practice. And then we want, honestly, we have a network. We want this network to be bigger and bigger, bigger and bigger. So we are here also. For them, for those, it's the first time you are here, please take opportunity. Connect with everybody to have this network we are expecting for Africa in terms of the useful need of the EO. So as I said, I will not take a lot of time. This is few slides I wanted to share with you to say, You are most welcome. Let's please celebrate this networking. Let's please celebrate the relationship. Let's please celebrate this cooperation we have with our partner from European Union. Let's celebrate this partnership we have among us Africa. So I will, on behalf of all the GMES team, I'm very happy, Excellence Professor Mohamed Belouissine, you are around. On behalf of Onesila, our department, the Africa, we are happy to welcome you and wishing you a very successful session. I thank you, colleague.
Thank you, Dr. Bashir, for that ice-breaking presentation on why we are here for the forum. Next on the agenda, we have a distinguished expert, policymaker, who's worked with us over the past decades. When I say decades, I mean decades. More than 10 years, 20 years, we worked with Dr. Mahama at the African Union Commission, and we had the privilege of working with him, serving under him when he was director of the Department of Education, Science, Technology, and Innovation. He's been part of this story. He's not been an ordinary player. He's been a convener of the GMES process, so to speak. So I have the honor to invite Dr. Mahama Wadrago, former director of Education, Science, Technology, and Innovation at the African Union Commission, to give us a short presentation on the GMES story, what we call a narration on the GMES and Africa 17 years of existence and beyond. Dr. Mahama, you're welcome.
Okay. Thank you, Ajatu, for this wonderful presentation. Good morning, everyone. It's indeed a pleasure for me to be here today with the opportunity to basically entertain you on the narration of GMES and Africa 17 years later. This is basically what I'm going to try to entertain you with. But before I do so, I felt very important that I do some level of acknowledgement because nobody can tell the story of GMES and Africa unless you really go back and also acknowledge those people who contributed to the story. And indeed, there are many people who have contributed to that particular story. And first of all, I would like to recognize the Commissioner, ESTI, who is here, for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to really talk about the story. I want to also tell you that a story can be very, very subjective. And many people have pointed to that aspect, that no matter how you are able to tell a story, you probably add some spices, some salt, some pepper, and at the end of the day, people will find out that, but we did not expect that story. But I think this is what storytelling is, and I beg your forgiveness for that level of subjectivity that will come into play. So, talking about the people here, the people that I want to really recognize, the institutions and the people, including, of course, the European Commission. I don't want to cite names, but clearly I want to mention some key elements, like, for example, Bragma and the coordinator of Bragma. You met that also. They were a very good player in this process. Emilio and, of course, Vincent Gabaglio and Emilio, they were players. Benjamin Hervé from ISA, etc., etc. And of course, the representative of the European Commission, ably represented here, Catherine. Marco Clerici from GRC, Michel Massa from DigiDefis, but I understand now he's back to GRC. And from the African side, of course, many contributors, chief among them, Professor Islam, who is here, president of NARS. South Africa, the current CEO, Mr. Humulani Mado, George Wiafe, Dr. Ghani, Samuel Medu from ECOWAS, etc., etc. So many people who have contributed, and I'm sure that I will forget some name, but please forgive me, because it's just to show you an idea that there are so many people who have contributed to the story of GMES and Africa, which I will try to tell you. At the level of the African Union Commission, of course, there are my former colleagues, Mr. Hambani Masheleni. There was also the former director of the department, Dr. Abdul Hakim Elwaya, Dr. Hamdi, who was the head of science and technology before myself. And of course, all my colleagues from the other department, like, for example, Drea, now Arbe, Dr. Jolie, other departments like infrastructure and energy, peace and security, social affairs, etc., etc. And at the level of the department itself, ESTI, Dr. Tidjane Ouattara, who basically is wearing several caps and is very, very critical in the moving of GMS and Africa process forward. I am able to talk because of all those people, all of these actors, and I can assure you that I am talking under their control. GMES and Africa started, we must say, because there was, of course, a deliberate effort to put in place a strategy to ensure that we can sustain cooperation with African users of Earth observation. And there are institutions and key players who really played to ensure that that becomes a reality. If you take, for example, UMETSTAT, it clearly stated that in a strategy that it shall work with the EC to secure a continuation of the excellent cooperation on project in Africa initiated to the preparation and use of the Meteosat in Africa, which is PUMA, and moving next to, of course, MSD and GMES and Africa. So there is the deliberate effort to ensure that the demand for Earth observation technology, training, etc., is met by the some type of supply offer that exists at the level of the European Commission, at the European Union side, through the GMS Europe, now the Copernicus program. So we could see that UMESAT was not only a technology provider in this particular program, but they were also a broker in the sense that they want to ensure that both parties really come together to arrive at the situation where they can successfully cooperate to make Earth observation available for the African people. And they started really at the Maputo, at the Maputo meeting, the Maputo session of the UMESAT forum, which was the 7th UMESAT user forum. And it was in October 2006. The Maputo Declaration, which was basically crafted in the margin of the 7th UMESAT forum, we had the commissioner of the African Union Commission, represented by the Commissioner Drea at that time. Her name is Dr. Rosebud Kowigila. At the time, I was actually working for the Department of Rural Economy and Agriculture. So she was my commissioner at that time. And she basically signed with 8 other dignitaries from the REX and also from the host country, Mozambique, the Maputo declaration. And it stated that the Maputo Declaration says as follows: call upon the European Union to plan an extension of its GMES Europe initiative to Africa and other ACP countries, through which African continental regional and national decision makers will have the data and the tools needed for an operational implementation of continental regional, national, and local policies targeting the sustainable management of the African environment through extensive operational use of Earth observation technology and services. So the Maputo Declaration is very important and key in the GMES and Africa initiative itself. When you are building a strategy, you always look at how you can achieve it. So the Maputo Declaration was crafted with the idea of taking it, of course, to the Lisbon, which was the next summit between the European and the African partners. The Lisbon Declaration on GMES and Africa acknowledged the Maputo Declaration and specifically outlined guidelines to launch the EU partnership and described action for the undertaken and produced the GMES and Africa Action Plan. And the initiative is really essential, part of the space component of the 8th Joint Africa-EU Strategy, the JAS partnership, on science, information society, and space, and contribute to the fulfillment of the objective of the JAS Action Plan. That's the time when GMES and Africa really be a part of the program of HRST at the time, and of course the Science and Technology Division. And implementation of this initiative therefore started from there. And while the previous project like MSD, MESA, were coordinated under the DREA department. So the process of really defining the GMES and Africa action plan started. It started in the border of another UMESAT forum, which took place in Accra. It was in 2008, and they agreed on a coordination team, which was established, and then they developed the terms of reference of the GMES and Africa Action Program. And through a very laborious process and work, several meetings, online and physical meeting, The guideline and roadmap to finalize the action plan were drafted and endorsed in 2010 in Hammamet. Hammamet, for some of you who were there, you recognize the importance of that particular meeting where we had the document and yet we have challenges. The challenges at Hammamet included a very long process because the Maputo Declaration itself was back in 2006, and it's in 2010 that we have the document, the action plan, the baseline study. So that process itself did not help. Secondly, there was no concrete agreement on the baseline document itself. And finally, and most importantly, the African participants felt that they did not really own this process, and therefore it was difficult to move forward. This slide, I took it with the coordinator of BRAGMA, Mrs. Ana Morgado, and you see all the laboratory process from December 2007 to Hammamet in 2010. The joint expert group meetings and the coordination meeting, all that to ensure that we can deliver a document, a GMES and Africa Action Plan to really guide the process forward. And, well, despite the shortcoming, there were some outcome from this basic document, and key of them is the thematic chapter that were agreed upon. 9 thematic areas were identified, and 5 cross-cutting issues also which are here, and throughout GMES and Africa you will hear about this thematic aspect, whether it is before GMES and Africa with the other like MSD and MESA, or the first phase and the second phase. So to resolve some of the challenges faced in Hammamet, the issue was to put in place a space tracker and BRAGMA. The space tracker, which was established in 2011, was really meant to ensure that it can really steer the approach to the implementation of, to the development of GMES and Africa Action Plan, and pave the way forward for the validation of the overall GMES and Africa Action Plan to the next summit of the partnership. BRAGMA was an FP7 project composed of 10 country partners, 5 from each continent, and it has a lifespan of 2 years with an envelope of €1 million, and the objective was to really coordinate and provide support action for the development of the GMES and Africa Action Plan. The coordination team of experts already identified were still involved in the BRAGMA process to ensure that they can develop the action plan, and they assisted in organizing 3 workshops, and the Space Striker has decided that we have to concentrate on 3 thematic, which is water management, marine and coastal area, and the third one being so basically, during these different workshops, they were able to compile and produce this particular for each thematic. And the first thematic was held in on water and natural resources. Water resource management was held in Kenya, in Nigeria, the marine and coastal area in Kenya, and the long-term management of natural resources with the wonderful contribution of our colleague, our partner from Egypt. And the validation workshop that took place in South Africa to ensure that from there we have a document that really has a consensus among the different, the two continents, the experts, and therefore moving forward the process to the next summit. It should be pointed out that during all this time also you have to note that at the level of the Commission, the work was on place to ensure that there is coordination with all the different departments involved so that they can have ownership, for example, DREA, their participation, Department of Peace and Security, Department of Social Affairs, etc. And Bragma has a project really contributed to ensuring that we can deliver on this, on the GMES and Africa Action Plan along these three thematics, and also work on the different cross-cutting issue that goes with it, including policy framework, institutional and capacity building and training. So that takes us to the GMES and Africa support program phase 1. That's when we, at the level of the Commission, we got the support of Dr. Tijan Ouattara, the coordinator of GMES and Africa. In 2016, he was able to join the Commission, and it was really a very good side relief to see somebody who has expertise on space, really to coordinate a program of this caliber. And he really contributed a lot. And the support program itself, it has already been said here, was implemented from 2018 to 2021 after the two commissions signed a 28 million euro agreement in December 2016 using the PANAF instrument. The AUC prepared and issued grants to successful regional implementation centers that have passed the assessment and the evaluation stage of the open call for proposal launched back in May 2017. And that happened in Nairobi. In fact, it was the first time we're doing a call for proposal for such a program. And at the level of the Commission, of course, we agreed together with the European side that it should be done in two stages. The first call to ensure people express their interest, and secondly, a second call to ensure that among those who express interest, what are the capacity to really undertake such a program, and what are the shortcomings so that support can be provided to them so that they can deliver on this important program. So the first phase, I won't labor too much on that. Basically, focus on the three thematics, and there were also several implementation arrangements, including data sharing, cooperation with the European Commission space system, which have been concluded to facilitate the implementation process. And the successful evaluation of this phase 1, which of course was comprised of 12 consortia, has led to the phase 2, which is bringing us here today, with, of course, eight consortia. The number of consortia has been reduced from 12 to 8. But before GMES and Africa, there were some programs and some of them successful, which really paved the way. If you listen to the intervention this morning, they're talking about 2 decades that we have been the Africa and EU have been partnering on Earth observation to ensure that the African stakeholder can benefit from this space technology. And to that effect, there have been, for example, the Tiger project, which is basically an early project, which we think was concentrated mostly on ensuring that we can have management of the different waters within the continent. And it put together the African water authorities, some technical centers and stakeholders in both water and earth observation sectors in Africa. The Puma project also, Puma is the African Meteorological Community. The African Meteorological Community created the Puma Working Group, which is the preparation for the use of Meteosat second generation in Africa, with the support of EUMETSAT and the World Meteorological Organization. Its mandate was to generate funds so that the national meteorological services of Africa could have access to the environmental and furnished mainly by the European satellite, of course, the Sentinel, etc. And then we have MSD. MSD is the one that is very, very close to GMES and Africa, because it's after MSD that came MESA, of course, which is even closer to GMES and Africa. And MSD was launched in 2007, MSD, and running for a period of 48 months. It used the concept of regional implementation center. And then we have MESA, which was again coordinated by DREA. It's the monitoring of environment and security in Africa during the period 2013 to 2017, and involved 48 ACP countries with a budget of 37 million euro from the 10 EDF Development Fund. So all these different programs have contributed to shaping GMS and Africa to where it is today. And of course, the phase 2 is also learning from phase 1, and all that contribute to ensuring that the space actors really have what it takes to really make Earth observation available to the users, the stakeholders in Africa. In summary, I would like to note that GMES and Africa is the first operational project that responds really to the African space policy and strategy. It is a continental-wide program. We focus on the pillar of Earth observation. And it was said over and over that this is one of the first pillars of the African space program. And of course, we acknowledge the fact that there is work undergoing to ensure that the other pillars are also addressed and timely. It is also, GMES and Africa is also the concretization of the long-standing cooperation between Africa and Europe in the area of space science and technology and Earth observation. The program is designed to specifically respond to African needs concerning developing services for water, natural resources, marine and coastal area, address the global need to manage the environment and ensure civil security. Its implementation drew from the experience of MESA and MSD. And of course, we can never overemphasize the importance of this particular program in really to the African Space Program in terms of the development of the space policy and strategy itself. It's really the program on which, at the level of the Commission, we really base to ensure that we can move forward our space policy and strategy. It includes not only the expertise that is within the coordination unit, but also some of the people around it who have expertise who can contribute to developing an African space policy and strategy. And we can never overemphasize on that. With that, I think I want to thank you for your patience, for listening to me. And this narration of the GMES and Africa, 17 years in the making. I thank you.
Sorry, His Excellency Professor Mohamed Bellosin, Commissioner for Education, Science, Technology and Innovation of the African Union Commission, Professor Islam, representing the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology in Egypt here, Madam Catherine, representing the Ambassador of the European Union delegation in Egypt. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Allow me, for the sake of time, to be really very short. Yes, I know I have to deliver a speech on Earth observation driving environmental and socio-economic growth, but I will make it very short. But before that, sometimes we don't take time, I would say, to thank those who are supporting us. And I really want His Excellency, if you allow me, to thank you, because we are here today, honestly, with the heavy governance we have at the African Union Commission. We will not be here without you. You've been instrumental, you've been helping us to navigate through the system to get all the approvals. And I remember you telling me, Tidiane, give me a job. Tell me what should I do to support you to get this program implemented in a timely manner. I also remember our discussions on the budget consumption or the consumption rate, where you are asking me, Tidiane, let's get things done properly in timely manner. Thank you for your support. Thank you for all the memos and decisions you are making to allow us to implement. I really want to thank Professor Islam. Professor Islam has been instrumental. Some countries will not be here today without Professor Islam for the visa process. Honestly, Professor Islam, you worked with your government nights and days with us, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. in the morning, 11 p.m., and you are always saying, it is our continent, let's work to build it. Thank you very much, and we do appreciate. That being said, I'd like really to thank those who took all their time to be here. Now, Earth observation, environment, and socio-economic growth. Today, when the commissioner was doing the exhibition tour or visits, we saw the applications. I will not spend time on that because Earth observation has demonstrated to what extent it is providing data, I would say ammunitions for better environmental, not management, but scenario development. And also, Earth observation has been, for all of us we know, the source of essential climate variables for the characterization of the climate change and climate variability. I would like to quote some example from ICPAC, Centre de Suivi Écologique of Dakar, working on the wetlands, etc. What is important to underline here is the fact that Earth observation is becoming now the key pillar of the 21st and the 22nd century economy. The digitalization without Earth observation doesn't exist no more. We don't want to describe. We don't want to know where it is. We want to see. And this is where Earth observation is coming on board with tangible information and tangible approaches. As said by the predecessor today, Earth observation, in doing so, is contributing to the socio-economic growth. Let me tell you one example. The University of Ghana. I would say with the University of Ghana, working with Meteorology Agency of Ghana, from 2014 to 2015, I would say to 2022, impacted the fishermen community in providing data on the status of the oceans, allowing to save their life, but also allowing them to protect their canoes, etc. In doing so, they are contributing to this. They are contributing to strengthening this community. Earth observation is offering accurate, scalable, and timely repeatable data. This makes it a critical and innovative instrument for many other applications. In this era of rapid technological advancement, the potential of Earth observation is expanding. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, and big data analytics are revolutionizing the way we interpret satellite data. Furthermore, international collaboration is fostering a collective approach to address global challenges, with African nations actively participating in and benefiting from this partnership. As I conclude, I'm inviting this community to leverage on the convergence of various technologies to develop services that have long-lasting positive impact on the communities. Let us utilize the insights gained from space to build a resilient and sustainable future for Africa and the future generations. But this will not happen without our youth and women. The academia, the private sector, focusing mainly on the space innovation, are also very key players. Let us bring our youth and women on board. Let us strengthen their capacity, give them a chance to grow. Let's give them also the chance to learn from their mistakes, as our predecessor leaders gave us. Yes, you cannot grow without making mistakes. Let's give them that chance to make mistakes and to correct together. This is how we will create the critical mass of human capital. This will position Africa as a key space global player in transforming Africa to a real Eldorado for space business. Yes, with its large superficie, with its various and numerous natural resources, space is an opportunity, and Africa offers this opportunity to space to benefit to people. Therefore, it is an Eldorado for space business. Space, it is more than international aid. Space, it is about business. And we know that using space to develop Africa will happen, and we know that will be very shortly. Thank you very much for your understanding and also for your patience. Thank you very much. Now, I think this is Dr. Isama Mahmoud Sani to come and deliver his speech. Mr. Issa is the Director of Stewardship at the African Development Bank. We are talking about investment. We are asking the money people to come and tell us, but in other life, he used also to be one of ours. He is also expert in environment and EO.
Thank you, Dr. Tidiane Ouattara. Let me help you shift to another language and use your headset. So I'm going to deliver my speech in French, if you don't mind, and you allow me. Thank you very much. Professor Mohamed Belhossein, Professeur Ayman Achour, Madame Catherine, distingués invités, je voudrais remercier au nom de la Banque africaine de développement tous les acteurs de GMES Africa et particulièrement le gouvernement d'Égypte, sans qui je ne serais pas ici. Je vous devrais dire d'ailleurs, entre parenthèses, que j'ai passé 3 de mes belles années il y a une trentaine d'années en Égypte, à Alexandrie. Donc, je suis un ancien Égyptien. Et je suis content de revenir dans ce pays très beau et accueillant. Merci, professeur Mohamed Ayman, et vous transmettrez les remerciements de la Banque africaine de développement au gouvernement d'Égypte pour nous avoir facilité ce voyage-là. Oui, docteur Tidiane, je suis un ancien de cette famille que j'appelle la famille des GMES, que j'ai quittée il y a une quinzaine d'années pour d'autres aventures. Je suis content de revenir ici grâce à vous et grâce au professeur Belhossein, avec qui vous menez cette aventure-là. Pendant la conférence de presse tout à l'heure, il y a eu une question très intéressante. Et je crois que j'ai été le premier à applaudir après la réponse donnée par le professeur Belhossein, à savoir comment faire participer les gouvernements en tant qu'acteurs principaux à la prise en charge de cette initiative soutenue par une coopération avec l'Union européenne, mais qui forcément doit continuer au-delà de la collaboration avec du support apporté par l'Union européenne. Il s'agit toujours de comment on mobilise les ressources et on internalise ces genres d'initiatives qui sont très importantes pour le développement économique de nos pays. Si vous le permettez, je suis sûr que la plupart d'entre vous connaissez très bien la Banque africaine de développement. Je vais la résumer en 2 ou 3 minutes. C'est la première institution de financement du développement en Afrique, basée sur le continent. Elle finance le secteur public et le secteur privé, bien qu'elle ait été créée par le gouvernement des 54 pays pour cet objectif-là, et qu'elle ait été rejointe en termes de contribution par au moins une trentaine de pays qui ne sont pas africains, ce qu'on appelle les non-régionaux. Aujourd'hui, la Banque africaine de développement, je dirais, finance à hauteur d'environ 10 milliards de dollars, pardon, pas CFA, 10 milliards de dollars par an, tous les secteurs du développement en Afrique. Quand je dis tous les secteurs de développement, il n'y a pas d'exclusion, en fait. Et si vous avez eu à interagir un peu avec la Banque africaine de développement, vous verrez que depuis une dizaine d'années, nous parlons de 5 piliers prioritaires en matière de financement du développement. Vous comprendrez pourquoi je pars d'aussi loin. Nous avons 5 piliers que je vais citer rapidement. Éclairer l'Afrique, donc l'énergie, nourrir l'Afrique, l'agriculture et la grande famille des activités agricoles, industrialiser l'Afrique dans tous les sens, y compris la révolution du numérique et de la digitalisation, intégrer l'Afrique, qui prend en compte les questions de gestion du territoire, des transferts de technologies, de la collaboration, de la coopération interrégionale, et enfin améliorer la qualité de vie des populations africaines. Lorsque vous regardez ces 5 champs de priorité, on remarque très facilement qu'il y a, sinon toutes, mais tout au moins, les 4 premiers font appel aux données spatiales qui sont au cœur de votre entreprise en tant que réseau de travail et d'expertise technique. Des données qui sont nécessaires pour les projets de développement que nous finançons. Il est évident que pour préparer un projet d'une route, un projet de développement agricole, de champs d'irrigation, les pays ont besoin de données et d'informations. Je ne vous apprendrai rien. Nous, en tant que banque de développement, l'une des contraintes majeures que nous avons lorsque nous assistons ces pays-là à préparer leurs projets, il s'agit de l'acquisition des données fiables qui permettent d'analyser les problèmes, d'identifier les indicateurs à mesurer pendant la mise en œuvre des projets et aussi d'évaluer comment, à la fin de chaque projet ou programme, les financements que nous apportons ont eu de l'impact. Il va sans dire donc que entre vous et nous, il semble avoir un manque de connexion. Parce que la majorité que vous êtes ici, c'est des universités, c'est des centres de recherche, c'est des consortiums privés qui produisent ces données-là. Vous allez vous poser la question, comment avoir accès aux ressources d'une institution comme la mienne, celle pour laquelle je travaille? Je vous dirais la première porte d'entrée, donc, c'est les projets ou programmes que nous finançons au niveau des États. Il est très important de se rendre compte que lorsque nous finançons les projets, la demande vient du pays. Si nous arrivons, ce que vous faites très bien aujourd'hui à travers ce forum et d'autres que vous allez multiplier, mais je vais aussi porter l'information encore plus dans mon institution lorsque je retournerai auprès de mes collègues, lorsqu'on prépare les projets et qu'on arrive à faire insérer dans les composantes et activités de ces projets-là le besoin de collecte, d'archivage et de dissémination de l'information pertinente vers les collectivités et les communautés qui en ont besoin, évidemment, on trouvera de la ressource pour supporter ces types d'initiatives en matière de production, archivage, processing et dissémination de l'information spatiale. Il n'est pas toujours évident pour nous, en dehors de quelques rares programmes de renforcement de capacité avec les universités, ces programmes sont vraiment rares, il n'est pas souvent commun, il n'est pas commun pour la Banque africaine de développement, y compris les institutions qui lui ressemblent, d'avoir des programmes dédiés directement vers les centres de recherche ou les institutions universitaires. Donc il faudra passer par le canal des programmes et projets des pays. Et je pense que quelque part là, il y a de l'espace pour des échanges et des appuis qu'on pourrait apporter. Le deuxième axe, c'est que de plus en plus, nous-mêmes, on n'échappe pas à la quatrième révolution industrielle, celle du numérique. Nous sommes en train de développer, je vais revenir dans la session 3 à laquelle j'aurai à participer après-demain probablement, nous sommes en train de développer ce qu'on appelle aujourd'hui les outils de suivi et évaluation à distance des projets et programmes que nous finançons. Et ces outils-là vont être déployés à 2 niveaux dans les pays qui seront bénéficiaires, encore donc un espace potentiel pour la mobilisation des ressources pour vos institutions, mais aussi de notre côté en tant qu'assistants de ces pays lorsqu'ils mettent en œuvre leur programme. Voici comment ça fonctionne habituellement. Nous apportons du financement pour préparer les projets. Puis, pendant la mise en œuvre des projets, nous y allons sur le terrain 1, 2 ou 3 fois pendant l'année pour travailler avec les techniciens de terrain, échanger avec les communautés. Mais vous n'êtes pas sans savoir que malheureusement, et cela n'est pas près de diminuer, nous avons beaucoup de fragilités liées à l'insécurité dans les pays africains. Dans beaucoup d'espaces territoriaux aujourd'hui, nous n'arrivons pas à nous rendre pour faire les suivis et évaluations des projets. Et nous sommes en train donc d'entrevoir tout ce qui est aujourd'hui technologie pour faire de suivi et évaluation à distance, que ce soit spatial ou en questionnaire à distance utilisant les outils et les applications modernes pour pouvoir faire des enquêtes à distance. Nous sommes en train d'entrevoir, de mettre en place, et cela a commencé déjà, des solutions qui nous permettent de pouvoir connaître les impacts des projets que nous finançons sans que nous ayons à nous déplacer dans ces milieux où l'insécurité prévaut. Lorsqu'il y a une rébellion dans une zone, lorsqu'il y a une zone de catastrophe naturelle où nous ne pouvons pas nous rendre directement, nous avons quand même besoin de savoir qu'est-ce qui s'y passe, soit pour continuer notre financement en termes d'assistance financière, soit pour évaluer avec les bénéficiaires ce qui se passe sur le terrain. Donc, si je me résume, autant pour la préparation des projets de façon générale, on a besoin de données spatiales et d'autres types de données statistiques pour pouvoir atteindre des acteurs bien précis en termes de renforcement de capacité. Je pense également que de ce point de vue-là, il y a une possibilité pour tous les consortiums, les universités qui sont basées dans les pays, de se rapprocher un peu des acteurs nationaux pour que, au moment opportun, les requêtes puissent être faites en direction de la Banque africaine de développement. À cet égard, nous ne couvrons pas tous les pays. Quand je dis couverture en termes de présence par nos bureaux, mais je crois que si ma mémoire ne me fait pas défaut, on a des représentations dans une quarantaine de pays africains, donc des bureaux pays où on a un représentant des équipes avec lesquelles vous pouvez interagir, avoir du détail sur les assistances qu'on peut apporter aux différents acteurs du développement. Et s'il y a lieu, souvent préparer des requêtes, savoir comment faire passer ces requêtes-là à qui, afin qu'on puisse éventuellement les étudier. Encore une fois, je voudrais remercier GMES Africa de m'avoir demandé de venir ici retrouver l'ancienne famille que j'ai quittée il y a une dizaine, un peu moins d'une quinzaine d'années, et de vous dire un peu les opportunités qui peuvent s'offrir dans le cadre de l'appropriation par les pays de ce bel outil qui est en train de se développer et qui n'est pas prêt de s'arrêter et qu'il faudra internaliser dans les mécanismes de prise de décision dans nos pays. Je vous remercie pour votre attention. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I don't want to make enemies, so we will go and brush up for the last session before the lunch break in order to catch up for the afternoon agenda as we lose time this morning. I'm Professor Sheikh Lo, Director General of Centre de Suivi Écologique. I'm very honored to be the moderator of this very important session, and I quickly call upon Prof. Mohamed Beloshin over the high table, John Olosh, my colleagues from SASCAL, Marie-Thérèse Itongo, and Prof. Islam, I think that's the lineup, Prof. Islam Abu El Magd, to come and join us on stage. Bashir, is it that's the one? Thank you. I'm happy that this session has at least 2 women, and you should be seated anywhere. And is the commissioner with us? Thank you, Excellencies. As they are being seated, this session is a follow-up from the previous one talking about the lesson learned on Earth observation and sustainable environment and socio-economic growth in Africa. It's about setting the scene, trying to know where we come from, what entails this meeting that we have today, and what's the way forward. Before I start inviting our speakers to take the floor, I wanted to share with you my word hunting from the session that we have this morning, from the press conference and from the previous session, a few important keywords that we need to echo during this forum and the way forward. The first keyword, which I just get from Dr. Mahamad's statement, is the word legacy. We do not just come out of the blue. There is a number of efforts that has been done by our predecessors in the business that leads us to the GMES program that we are leading today. Legacy in Africa is extremely critical. The second point, which the Commissioner Tijan and our hosts in Egypt has recognized during their speech, is the word of diversity. The diversity of African region, the diversity of issues that we are dealing with, the diversity of problems that we are addressing. And diversity requires transdisciplinarity, and we come from different horizons to address African issues. The third keyword is inclusion. Nobody should be left behind. Almost all 44 countries, almost 50 countries in Africa are involved in this process from different places of knowledge production and knowledge use. So inclusion is absolutely critical. Delivery. We talk about services. Catherine Guillot from European Union come back to the importance of delivering services, delivering knowledge, connecting people to people. Connecting knowledge to people, delivery is absolutely important. And last but not least, the keyword that comes to my mind is recognition. Whoever you are, wherever you are working, your sense of belonging matters to GMS, and we're looking forward to having more than commitment. We need to have action from each of you. On those few introductory words, let me tell you that the panel which we have today will be composed by the Commissioner, His Excellency Prof. Mohamed Beloshin, Commissioner on Education, Science, Technology, and Innovation at the African Commission, my dear friend and colleague, Dr. John Oloch, Executive Director of SASCAL, also a consortium lead in GMS, Mrs. Marie-Thérèse Itongo, Secretary General of SICOS, which I'm pleased to meet today, and Prof. Islam Abu El Magd, another consortium lead from NARS, who you have heard from this morning. So the first question is for setting the scene. The foundations are very important. And Prof. Beloshin, you alluded to the strategic vision of the African Union this morning. I would like to hear from you. What's your take about connecting this GMS to the African agenda itself, and to how to move from knowledge to action using Earth observation, data, and observation. So
His Excellency, the floor is yours. I don't know if he's coming on stage or if there is a roaming microphone, which make it more convenient for them to sit down and. Yes, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the roaming microphone. Thank you. To the Commissioner.
Thank you. Can you please repeat the question?
The question is to set the scene by telling us, you know, GMES is a consortium of 44 countries. You mentioned something important. Beyond science, how we are trying to connect Africa by itself, but to make peace and to generate knowledge. The All African Union has a big agenda for developing the continent. We hear from the African Development Bank, the portfolio they put in place. How do you connect the GMS into the overall African Union agenda?
Yeah, thank you. Globally, if you look at the 8 aspirations of the Agenda 2063, I think there is no single aspiration that doesn't have somehow a linkage with science, technology, and innovation. And we heard since this morning and during the press conference, during the discussions we had in the exhibition, during the speeches, particularly the speech of Mrs. Catherine, which made the linkage between science, technology, innovation, and the GMES in Africa. We heard about all those connections. So in general, that is already a first answer to my question, meaning that, a program like GMES in Africa cuts across all the aspirations of Agenda 2063, which I should remind you that one of the key principles in the Agenda 2063 is that it should be human-centered and economic growth for the sake of human development, for the sake of the development of citizenship in Africa. Now, if I want to go a little bit more into details to show some concrete examples, we know that Africa is one of the youngest, in terms of population, one of the youngest continents in the world, and it is characterized by really rapid population growth. With the projection made by the United Nations say that by 2050 we will have 2.5 billion people in Africa, and most of them would be young people less than 35 years. So the first big challenge that is there is you should provide all this population with food, with education, with healthcare, with employment opportunities for a growing, young population. And also in terms of climate change, we know that we are having an increase in the number of floods, droughts, extreme events. Remember last year, the typhoon which went twice through Malawi, Madagascar, Mozambique, exactly. And the level of destruction and the level of damage and the impact on the lives of people physically, and also on the economy in general, because that destroys agriculture, that destroys everything, infrastructure, etc., etc. So we have also other examples. Land degradation. It was discussed a little bit this morning, as well as overfishing, for instance. These are very big challenges. Now, how Earth observation comes into this, and how GMES in Africa comes into this. Earth observation is the data that we get from EO is characterized by its unique features because it has a wide geographical coverage. It has a real-time and high spatial resolution. It is openly available. That's why we can have these big networks in our continent, and that is a very, very important resource for understanding and managing diverse geographical and environmental aspects. I mentioned some examples earlier on. Consequently, it becomes highly supportive in addressing these challenges that I have mentioned in my introduction. From the decision-making point of view, using Earth observation could enhance really crop monitoring, and yields, monitoring water availability and quality, and also efficient water use. It could also be an invaluable aid into tracking diseases, into tracking, disease vectors. And we know also how in East Africa in the last years, thanks to the Earth observation, some countries could avoid this big migration of disease vectors, les sauterelles I don't know how to say it in English, in East Africa. And also it can help to map health risks and avoid, the expansion of epidemics, etc. And also it can support the planning of healthcare in remote areas. So these are some examples of how GMES in Africa links with all different aspirations of Agenda 2063. I hope I have answered your question.
You definitely
Thank
did, Excellency. Thank you so much for this refreshing idea. If I try to read among the lines and interpret your words, you are looking at the situation of Earth observation with a bifocal lens, the one related to risk to address for Africa to move forward with the agenda. But the other one which you insisted a lot is the issue of opportunities. That's the other lens, risk and opportunities. What are the risks do we have? And every continent is exposed to different sort of risk, climate risk, health risk, urban risk, flooding, etc. But on the segue, we have a lot of opportunities, as you just mentioned, through using Earth observation to address those risks. And by pairing risk to opportunities here, we have a leap towards progress that we are looking forward. And that leads me to the next question that I give to our colleagues from NARS, from Egypt, Mr. Islam. Prof. Belushin mentioned a lot the issue of innovation and the race that we should be engaged into innovation. But that race to innovation cannot be, sustained, and we cannot win when we don't destroy the barriers, when we don't work together. What the sense of the engagement of Egypt and the leadership that you have in this country to move the Pan-African spatial agenda forward means in terms of connecting the African leadership, science connectivity to move the agenda, the spatial agenda forward. The El Dorado of spatial activities, as Tijan used to say in his different interview. What does it mean, that partnership for science that we need to move to use in here? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this question. I believe it's a kind of roadmap or future perspectives of what we should do for Africa on a national level and continental level. I believe His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Bin Hussein put you in a shell knot the African agenda and how much is the Africa 2063 is putting the pillars and the inspiration for the African member states. But I believe each member state have their own national agenda that is drive their national economy and innovation, which meets somewhere with the global and the continental agenda. In this context, Egypt has established our own ESTI strategy that lean on 7 pillars, how to connect the dots, how to connect between there is academia and research institutions with industry, and how to leapfrog the innovation in the future perspectives of the future jobs. If we take, for example, AI, artificial intelligence. 5 years ago, we developed our national oil strategy for artificial intelligence. How to integrate this future of artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning into our services. Big data analysis. So all this digitalization transition from traditional way of management into digitalization needs a lot of things to connect together the key players of this issue. I believe putting fund to support this one is quite necessary and important. So this is why the government pledged 2 funding institutes that put the innovation on a priority for the research and development. and how to collectively make this kind of calls for innovation to be mandatory between academia, researchers, and industry. Without getting these collective partners in one innovative idea, it wouldn't go. For example, smart agriculture. Everyone is talking about smart agriculture, or from farm to fork. So how this could increase the yield of the farmers? How to make a very good quality of this one and make a value chain of take these products into export. So this is create innovative idea. For example, we are building an algorithm now to count palm trees and categorize these palm trees and categorize each yield predicted by this one and link this one with the export center that look at the market and how this could be linked together to increase the yield and increase the marketing export and make turnover of yield to the whole value chain partners. I think in this way, we have to think thoroughly in Africa how to take like success stories or examples and make a partnership and push forward things in this way. Education is a kind of important, and how to revise this kind of education every I don't know, successive years or whatever. So this always been revised, and we have a Supreme Council of Education that look at the curriculum and look at the programs, and even introduce a new program or new college that ensure that it meets the societal requirements and the future jobs, and pledge against the money, because we increased the education percent up to 6 GDP and 1%, nearly 1% GDP for science, technology, and innovation. So I think it's something that we need to think thoroughly, and we have to make a bridge between the scientists, researchers, and the policy decision makers to get convinced what we look for, just to ensure that we will take the ownership. We are just implementer or thinker or whatever think tank, but again, the policy and decision maker who has the money and who has the doing things, so they have to get the ownership and get convinced with that. I hope I did.
You definitely did. There is several elements. If you hear well what Prof was saying, the importance of considering the whole as something better than the sum of the parts. It's important to consider all the connections of different knowledge to address the multiplicity of needs that we can address with it. Particularly, he insisted about the human capital, the educational aspects, how we use Earth observation to accelerate the social transformation with all the opportunities that the Earth observation can unlock. He mentioned about connecting the dots and leapfrogging innovation and embracing the future with a multitude of possibilities. And to do that, to do those leapfrogging, to make sure that these grassroots solutions are customized, are tailored for community, we have two flagship holders on the panel, Sascal and Sikos sitting. I'll start with my colleague Jan. Jan, after hearing from the commissioner, the overarching political expectations and the hope that the science will support the policymakers in addressing the African issues. They have done their job. Their job is to tell, this is the agenda for Africa. Our job is to come and contribute to that agenda. How with Sascal and your contribution in GMES will support the requirements of domestic knowledge, as mentioned by Prof. Islam, and the need to address the overarching issues that the African Union is facing in the continent.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. First of all, Commissioner, may I apologize to take your seat, but it wasn't my fault. It was my colleague Sheikh who misled me, because I asked, where can I sit? And he said, sit anywhere. So, but I apologize. Please allow me to start with a quotation that I had prepared just to introduce me to this session. And the quotation is that the basic economic resource, the means of production, is no longer capital, no land, no labor. It is and will remain knowledge. Knowledge comes from information, information comes from data. And this is where we are. We cannot do without data, we cannot do without information. And I thank the African Union, I always thank them for putting all of us together, all the most important scientists and researchers in the GMES. And I also liked, I think, what the commissioner said when we were having the press conference. He said that even if GMES ends today, I think we should be able to develop our own partnerships, respond to proposals, come up with other programs like they have done with us. So we have everything we can do. So then in that case, I would also like to link up to how do we support the African Union and the European Union and all the other people that are supporting us to make sure that they have products and services to help them actually develop policies. From SASCO's perspective, even without the GMES, most of our work depends on Earth observation, climate change. I remember when I was studying climate change, the very first image we saw that showed us what is happening with the climate system was from the Earth observation satellites. So we are already in SASCO collecting a lot of data from the different countries, 5. We look at the impacts of climate change on land. So land use and land cover change is the basic environmental variable that you have to understand what is happening. And what is happening mainly in our environment is related to human population growth. And we also have a program where we look at the built-up areas. For example, we could not have been able to measure the growth of human settlements without the Earth observation satellite. We look at the water resources, the diminishing water resources of Africa. We are all in a serious situation, particularly in SADC, where water is diminishing really fast. And it's only with the Earth observation, both satellites, in situ, and all the other measurements we can get, that we can really put them together and integrate and provide them to our policymakers and decisions. We also have other programs that look at agriculture production. We all know what is happening on the African continent, but it's only the Earth observation that can help us to know whether our land is still suitable, for example, for grazing purposes, or whether we can change and look at maybe another type of livelihood. And there's some information that we also have. And also what is really interesting for us, and also I think for all of you, is that our politicians are now understanding the value of Earth observation, and they're asking us tough questions. I've always been telling people, because this question came to me, I was asked, tell us, when is it going to rain next? And I'm like, oh my goodness, I actually don't know. But these are the demands that our decision makers want. To them, they want to go to the farmers and tell the agriculturists and cattle keepers to say it's going to rain in June. But in a country like Namibia, where SASCO headquarters is, it's getting drier and drier. Right now, even the government are giving out food rations. So you can imagine that information from the value of land, the water resources, the type of crops and animals we can keep is all needed for our policymakers to make decisions better. And that's where we all come up to make sure that we support our governments and our institutions to really be able to manage the land, to make decisions, and to do everything else that they can do. Maybe I can stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jan. I think you are bringing very important layers to the intellectual thinking that we are having. That layer of being responsive, reactive, and nimble, because there is a sense of urgency when we talk about flooding, when we talk about food crisis, when we talk about El Nino happening now in the Horn of Africa. And that sense of urgency requires that the scientific community is nimble, reactive, and engaged into prompting, their solutions to the current problems that the policymakers are making. And that's what you're doing in GMS in Africa, on the Horn of Africa, and you're doing so well. And I'm thinking on the same page. Je vais inviter ma collègue du CICOS, la secrétaire générale du CICOS, Marie-Thérèse Itongo, de nous dire aussi dans la même logique que Jeanne, qu'est-ce que vous faites au niveau de l'Afrique, des pays d'Afrique centrale, pour évidemment adresser ces questions d'utilité de l'observation de la Terre, pour répondre aux questions urgentes. On est au milieu de la période qui nous destine vers 2030 sur le global stock taking, sur les accords de Paris, sur les urgences climatiques au niveau du bassin du Congo, et vous êtes en train de travailler sur ces questions. Qu'est-ce que ça vous inspire, le travail que nous faisons dans GMS par rapport à l'agenda politique qu'on a en Afrique centrale?
Bonjour et merci pour la question. Je m'appelle Marie-Thérèse Itongo, je suis enseignante des universités et comme une bonne enseignante, j'ai préparé quelque chose pour cette présentation. Vous permettez que je prenne votre place. Merci beaucoup.
Venez ici pour vous mettre à l'aise.
Voilà. Alors, je voudrais d'abord situer la CICOS. La CICOS est la Commission internationale du bassin du Congo Ubangi-Sanga, qui se trouve au centre de l'Afrique centrale, le deuxième poumon du monde. Comprenez que cette zone comprend environ 2 millions de mètres carrés de forêt et donc 25 000 kilomètres de voies d'eau intérieures. Et ici, l'observation in situ est impossible. C'est pour cela que nous saluons à la CICOS la venue de GMS qui nous permet d'avoir des données spécifiques et adéquates pour établir nos cartes. Alors, la CICOS a deux mandats, la promotion de la navigation intérieure et la gestion intégrée des eaux, la gestion intégrée des ressources en eau. Et je voudrais également remercier le docteur Dogbeda lors de son introduction, qui a donné le potentiel de pays qui peuvent participer à la CICOS. 10 environ, je dirais même 11. Aujourd'hui, la CICOS comprend 6 pays, dont un observateur qui est la Zambie. Donc, il y a l'Angola, la RCA, la République du Congo, la République démocratique du Congo, le Gabon, le Cameroun. OK. Donc, la CICOS a une vision globale qui est la durabilité des ressources naturelles et l'eau du bassin du Congo pour le bien-être des populations. Et la CICOS est un outil d'appui aux États de la CICOS. Et les décisions qui sont prises ou les outils qui sont utilisés à la CICOS servent à l'intégration des États membres, servent à faire en sorte que ces États membres se retrouvent sur une plateforme de discussion. Et ceci dans le but de gérer ensemble les forêts, de faire le suivi des ressources en eau, surtout les inondations, et la fluidité de la navigation. Alors pourquoi les données satellitales sont importantes pour la CICOS? Cela nous permet d'aller dans les zones, je vous ai situé où se trouve la SICOS. Cela nous permet d'aller dans les zones qui ne nous permettent pas d'aller à pied, c'est-à-dire aller in situ. Et cet outil nous permet de collecter des données. Et comme le long de cette journée, nous avons parlé de l'importance des données. Ces données nous permettent de faire des traitements et de distribuer ces traitements aux spécialistes, aux experts de la SICOS pour établir des cartes thématiques. Et ces cartes peuvent aller de la carte de la localisation des zones où il y aura des centrales, des mini-centrales hydroélectriques, à la localisation de la zone d'inondation. Ici, nous avons des données qui nous permettent de faire ces analyses-là et nous avons une abondante, nous avons l'eau en abondance et nous n'avons pas l'accès à l'électricité. Et si nous avons des données qui nous permettent spécifiquement d'établir le lien entre la vitesse de l'eau et l'utilisation de cette eau pour alimenter les centrales hydroélectriques, cela évitera les coupures intempestives que nous avons en Afrique centrale. Ici, nous avons également le traitement de données qui permet de localiser et d'identifier les zones d'inondation. Et vous constatez que ces cartes-là datent de 2014. Cela signifie que la SICOS aujourd'hui a besoin d'intensifier ces données d'observation spatiale. Et c'est l'occasion pour moi encore ici de remercier l'Union africaine, de remercier la Banque africaine de développement et par l'intermédiaire de GMES, nous avons pu établir ces cartes. Nous sommes également dans le domaine de la navigation. Et en ce qui concerne cette navigation, il est très important de fournir aux États membres de la SICOS des informations spécifiques qui leur donneront l'occasion de prendre des décisions et d'établir leur plan d'approvisionnement en énergie, par exemple en RCA. La RCA, la Centrafrique, est dépendante de l'étiage et des inondations du bassin du Congo, de l'Ubangi. Et aujourd'hui, si nous avons des données bien établies, nous pourrons donner à la RCA les périodes favorables pour l'acheminement de l'énergie. Aujourd'hui, la RCA a malheureusement seulement 3 mois de navigation. Et c'est un problème très, très important pour eux, parce que s'il y a rupture d'énergie, dans une zone aussi fragilisée que la RCA, il risque d'avoir de nouveau des conflits. D'où la nécessité vraiment de nous procurer des données spatiales. Alors, nous avons également, comme je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, la possibilité de faire des cartes thématiques. Et les cartes thématiques sont nombreuses. Les risques d'inondation, de pollution d'air, de pollution d'eau, etc. Alors, nous avons tous bien compris l'utilité de ces données dans notre zone. Nous pourrons également gérer l'évolution des forêts, l'évolution du brûlis, et cela permet, comme je l'ai dit, et il est utile de le répéter, de permettre la prise de décisions rapides. Donc, cet outil est très, très innovant pour la SICOS parce qu'il permet d'assister les populations, de conseiller les États, d'anticiper les risques. Merci, GMES.
Merci infiniment, Madame Marie-Thérèse Itongo. Je pense que vous êtes revenu largement sur l'importance des outils de l'observation de la Terre pour le suivi de cette masse forestière. Et si le poumon de l'Afrique respire, c'est toute l'Afrique qui se porte bien. Merci de préserver le bassin du Congo et d'utiliser GMES comme outil de préservation du bassin du Congo. I'll just do the last round of few key messages that we want to take from what you have heard. Starting with His Excellency, Mr. Commissioner, I'm just giving you a chance, Mr. Commissioner, to tell us now whether the way we do things in GMS and how we produce that information, is there any room for improvement? What did you expect from this community that you haven't seen yet, which might be guiding our efforts into delivering the package of knowledge and information that African Union is expecting?
Thank you, thank you. I think there is a say in French, I don't know which philosopher said it, but it says, bien faire et le faire savoir.
To do it well and to do it well. Yeah.
Do well, but let people know that you are doing well. I think doing well, since this morning I didn't hear something wrong. I think we heard about really all the impact, the positive impact and positive results that we are getting from this project. Maybe on the issue of making it known by everybody, I think there's still room for improvement. You know, a project like this, if it remains only known by those who are involved in it, it won't be enough. It is very, very important. And it is also should be also important to have some kind of, expanding in terms of research to the social workers. Mm-hmm. I'm alluding to sociologists and anthropologists to look at what this GMES and Africa project is introducing in terms of change of perception by the populations themselves. It is very important. And what this project is bringing in addition to the technicalities we have seen now, the data and the fact that in the Bassin du Congo, this data which you can't get by going in situ, for physical reasons and geographical reasons. What this kind of activities is bringing in terms of change in perception in the population, and also what are the impacts in terms of all these networkings, these consortia, etc. Earlier on, I was asked by a journalist we were asked of what are the impacts, and I mentioned the idea of this is by the very fact that you bring many people from different countries together to talk and to discuss and to understand the challenges they are facing, each of them, and exchange and exchange knowledge, exchange experience, exchange including visits, etc. It is a peace-building process in itself. And these elements that are not documented because we are focused on the data and on what we are doing under GMES in Africa, I think they must be also documented, because this is really a fantastic experience that we can go beyond. And finally, let me just say some words about how to sustain it. We should take advantage of all for instance, the funding opportunities that exist to make sure that this doesn't stop today. We can try to identify systematically the fundings by the governments, fundings by the private sector, funding by the international aid, funding by all funding opportunities. For instance, the funds that are put in place for climate change, maybe some of them could be an opportunity to fund the next steps of GMES in Africa, or some parts of it at least. So public-private partnership, all these elements of funding are one condition for sustainability in the future, and we should start thinking of these things right away now. So maybe if I would summarize, one, make it known more than it is so far. So we need a more aggressive and a more sustainable communication direction. We need sustainability in terms of funding, and we need to look at the invisible elements that this program is bringing, and that's where sociologists, anthropologists could be of big added value. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Excellency. I was just writing on my notes the hidden impact of GMES. It's really, I think, a new concept that we should embrace, taking the words from your mouth, the hidden impact of GMES, how we translate knowledge into the social transformation. There was a book, I think the veterans like Tijan will remember that book when we was doing remote sensing, How to Socialize a Pixel, which is basically what His Excellency is saying, how to translate this knowledge into aspiration, into value, into culture, into norms, where people can embrace that knowledge. And last but not least, the knowledge for peace building. We have heard food for peace, water for peace, energy for peace, but data for peace we never heard. And all those peace aspects are knowledge intensive, so we need that data. It's a primary need for any peace building in Africa. Thank you for those extremely refreshing. Maybe that would be a good bridge to our colleague Islam from Egypt. You know, you're geostrategically on the center of resources between the North and the South, this North-South collaboration, South-South collaboration, this multiplicity of actors, stakeholders, and partnership. It's kind of complex. It's kind of cumbersome to maneuver. African Union is doing a good job. What else should we do to make sure that the connection and the leapfrog that you mentioned becomes a reality in Africa? Last word.
I think GMES in Africa plays this role and have to sustain it. Now we are talking about 44 countries connected in one program. And within these 44 countries, there is 8 consortium second phase, each one at least 12 countries, 8 countries. They know each other personally. They know the infrastructure over there. How to go beyond this one for this particular project and to make sharing infrastructure, sharing knowledge for another project, even on a mutual interest for a specific national level outcomes. So I think this kind of partnership, we have to push it forward and lean on what already been achieved via GMES and Africa for this wide spectrum of partnership and connection. So you got to North Africa, it was for Sub-Saharan before, so thank you, GMES, that connected all Pan-African. So this create a harmony nowadays between West Africa for University of Ghana and North Africa for the Coastal Marine. I think this is one of the key elements that we could use and benefit from GMES and Africa to push the bilateral and multilateral cooperation beyond the GMES and Africa.
Right, working hands to hands. And you pass the microphone to Jean, I will challenge him also. You know, the commissioner says what they expect from us, scientists. But what do scientists expect from policymakers? We don't talk about money, they know it already. So is there anything else?
I was going to talk about money.
But go ahead, please. But what should we expect from African Union to do more? Because this convening power that they have to bring us together, to make us work together, is absolutely critical in addressing African challenges. What are the other elements, the other layers of consideration into moving this agenda forward? Because
use from the European Union when I was still working for the South African National Space Agency, we struggled to get data from the Nigeria Space Agency, from many of the African space agencies. We don't have open and free access, and therefore we cannot share it. So I'm really hoping that African Union, and especially now that they are starting the Africa Space Agency, to help our own space agency to share data, because that in itself can even reduce the necessity for each country in Africa to have their own satellite, for example. So I think that is one thing that I've always wondered and thought about and said, this is really something that someone has to do, and I think...
Qu'on a encore des rivières à traverser, ou bien est-ce qu'on peut utiliser ces institutions qu'on a pour faire tout le travail qui est attendu de nous? S'il vous plaît.
Merci, merci pour la question. Comme je le disais, la SICOS est une institution qui a été créée et rêvée par quatre États membres.
C'est ça.
Et je pense que les chefs d'État ont eu une vision pour unir déjà les pays de l'Afrique centrale, je crois, hein, je devine ce qu'ils pensaient, pour unir les États de l'Afrique centrale, pour reformer la communauté bantoue. Et je pense que cet outil qu'est la SICOS est le prémisse pour pouvoir le faire. Et vous posez la question de savoir est-ce qu'il y a des rivières à traverser. Nous avons des fleuves à traverser. La preuve, c'est que entre les deux capitales les plus proches du monde, qui sont Brazzaville et Kinshasa, il n'y a pas de pont. Donc, nous avons encore beaucoup à faire. Et ensemble, je pense qu'avec votre contribution, d'où la nécessité de ce rassemblement qui nous permet d'échanger des données, de nous rassembler encore plus, de faire de l'Union africaine une véritable union des peuples. Je vous remercie.
Merci infiniment, Madame la Secrétaire Générale. Vous avez utilisé un mot qui est très proche de moi, c'est le mot communauté bantou. Il y a un mot africain qui veut dire Ubuntu, c'est d'être ensemble en tant que communauté. Et je pense que ce mot-là suffit pour conclure un peu cette importante session. Le message clé, c'est de continuer à travailler en tant que continent dans la solidarité active impulsée par l'Union africaine. Je parle français maintenant, je me rends compte. Donc, cette solidarité active qu'on est en train d'impulser à travers le GMES doit continuer dans sa forme actuelle et les perspectives qui se dessinent à travers d'autres collaborations. Et nous avons un très grand espoir que les résultats qui sont attendus par les décideurs politiques et l'ensemble de nos États seront satisfaits à travers ce projet GMES. Donc, sur ce, on va surseoir à la session parce qu'il est l'heure de déjeuner. Et je vous remercie tous pour votre attention particulière sur les mots forts et les messages qui ont été reçus du panel. Merci beaucoup et bon appétit à tout le monde. Tu m'as fait travailler, tu vas me payer. Mais bon, ça...
Non, je suis curieux, t'inquiète. Tu as souffert un grand panel.
Oui.
Professeur Elam? Professeur Elam? Okay. Please, we have... there is a quick announcement from Professor Elam. Yes, no, I saw, just to tell them to... So that they will stay.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a chance for me even to express my gratitude to be here. My name is Ilham Ali. I'm a professor at NARS, National Authority for Remote Sensing and Space Science. I'm honored to be one of the local organizing committee to organize this event, which is, I think it's one of the biggest events that gather all the Africans together, which make me personally very happy to have all these Africans at one place and to be this place in Egypt. So please feel home. This is our main goal. All the Egyptians are very happy to have everyone here leave that he is in his home. I'm very happy to announce that we have a reception today The time will be from 6:30 to 7:30. The venue is the balcony terrace here in Savoy premises. I think it will be very good to share some social gathering as well as the scientific gathering, and we'll find some tradition of songs, music, and maybe tanura as well. I hope you enjoy it, and please come at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I thought that we are in Ramadan because people are not eager to eat. Lunchtime now. VIP consortium leader, you will be guided this side, right? So it's time now to go for lunch, and we have to stick on the time now. Do you think that in 30 minutes, 40 minutes, you are good for the lunch? Yes, you say yes. So VIP, we will that so that we count. For the lunch, VIP, someone will help. VIP, consortium leader, EC partners, this side. One announcement for consortium leaders. We need the presentation on policy. Yes, all. Yes, you can send it by mail because as soon as we are back, we start. So we need your presentation, even maybe before lunch for consortia on policy. Yes. Huh? Are you locking the door? Let me. We will lock, the room will be locked. So in case we will lock the room. It will be locked, right? The room. Huh? Yes. The room will be locked. Let's go for lunch. Don't forget your presentation. Send by email. Consortia leaders, project coordinators, presentation in the afternoon, policy. Don't forget your presentation. I need. Let's take out our seat. For your information, we will not skip coordinator and Gaia. You see, when we talk, Provost. Coordinator and Gaia. On va démarrer. The more you stay talking, coordinator Agbaje and we are free. The more we will stay, will not change. Let us take our seats. Gaia. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have to start. We'll try to skip on time because, as you see, we are running. But okay. Welcome back. Welcome back. So, Monsieur Idriss Aldani, Special Advisor to the Director of UNOSA, we will have a speech delivered by Idriss Aldani, and then a second speech to be delivered by André Nonguma, Chief James, Section UNICA. So, I want to call the moderator of the session, Madame Cecilia Bonatti. I want to call also, okay, yes, Cecilia, so that you take, you will be supported by Team Babe and Ben Nesrien as rapporteur. Okay, Cecilia, you have the floor, so you take from here. And then we have André Nongirman. Or après pour eux? Okay. You can be here or you can wait what?
Oui, Cécilia ne modère pas la session entre Idriss et les deux, là, ils vont présenter, mais Cécilia n'a rien à faire avec ça. Elle est dans les consortiums.
Ah, pas besoin de modérateur. Ah, pas besoin de modérateur. Ok, Cécilia. Ok. Ok, ça marche. Ok. Tu as fait présentation? Okay. Thank you very much. So I want to give the floor, welcome back, colleague. We'll have two speeches, one to be delivered by Idriss Andani, Special Advisor to the Director of UNOSA, and then the second one to be delivered by André Nongirma, Chief James Section UNICA. Monsieur Idriss Andani, vous avez la parole.
Merci. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, I am truly honored to stand before you today as new Senior Advisor of the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs at this African Union GMES and Africa Forum. I am also delighted to extend warm greetings from Ati Hulamaini, the new director of the UNOSA, who attached particular importance to Africa and was keen to be present at this important conference, but unfortunately was prevented by commitments that require her to be present in Vienna. I would like to thank the African Union and the organizer of giving me this opportunity to present you the corpus and the UNOSA, as well as their missions and activities. I will also share with you our thoughts in the office on the priorities of our new strategy, the challenges facing space activities globally, and more important, how we look forward to strengthen our cooperation with Africa. First, let me introduce you the COPOS. The COPOS, which stand for the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, was set up by the General Assembly in 1959. Members of COPOS are states, and its continual expansion. We are currently more than 102 countries. The expansion made COPOS one of the fastest growing committees in the United Nations system. In addition to states, a number of international organizations, including both intergovernmental and non-governmental, have observer status with COPOS and its subcommittees. The Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space, COPOS, plays a crucial role in governing and promoting the exploration and utilization of outer space for peaceful purposes within the framework of international law. Established by the United Nations General Assembly, COPOS is tasked with fostering international cooperation in space-related activities. One of its primary mandates is the development of international space law, exemplified by the treaties such as the Outer Space Treaty and the Liability Convention. COPOS addresses issues such as space debris mitigation and the long-term sustainability of space activities. Additionally, it facilitates capacity building in developing countries and collaborates with other UN bodies and international organizations. Through its working groups, and subcommittees, COPOS provide a platform for in-depth discussions on scientific, technical, and legal aspects of outer space, contributing to a comprehensive and coordinating approach of space governance. UNOSA, who is excuse me. UNOSA is part of the UN Secretariat within an equivalent mandate on space. In fact, UNOSA acts as the Secretariat of the COPOS and does activity building, capacity buildings with member states, helping them to put space law and space into place, space law and space policy into place, helping them also to register the launched object, and even helping them professionals from national disaster management agencies on how to access and use space data at times of disaster. UNOSA also runs Access to Space for All program, under which we help non-space faring nations launch their first satellites and host their thematic programs and initiatives around space for women, space for water, space for climate action. They are designed to help countries, especially developing countries, access and leverage the benefits of space to accelerate sustainable development. In this slide, we are sharing some activities that are developed within the office to support developing countries to access to space. The first one, Access to Space for All, has the objective to help countries deploy their first satellite from the ISS, for example, and this project benefits to Guatemala, to Mauritius, to Kenya, to Moldova, etc. And also it enables students to conduct experiments in micro and hypergravity. The second program, which is one of the most important programs at the UNOSA, is UN SPIDER, which stands for United Nations Space-Based Information for Disaster Management and Emergency Response. This provides support for natural disaster managers through technical advisory missions and also for providing satellite data during crisis management. As you can see in the slide, we have been conducting a lot of activities within Africa For example, the technical advisory mission to support countries to develop strategies on how to integrate space data, space technologies in their programs and in their strategies for disaster management. We covered the very different countries, Namibia, Mozambique, South Africa, Cape Verde, and last 2 weeks there was a specific workshop in Algeria, for example, piloted by the Bonn office on how to use satellite data for forest fire management. A lot of emerging countries start developing space activities and developing agencies, and one of the strategic issues of these countries is to develop a space legal framework on a national level. And in this field, we have this space program, which is called Space Law for New Space Actors, providing technical advisory mission, how these countries could comply with the treaties and how they can develop local national space framework, space law framework. And this regard, for example, many countries from Africa benefits from this program, as Kenya, as South Africa, and also other countries. Also, one of the activities we are developing, and we are holding experts meeting regularly, is the UN register, which is important on the definition of the liability and responsibility of states when they are conducting space activities. And we are providing support and training, capacity building, and how countries could develop mechanisms to register objects launched in space. In the field of GMES, we are also playing a role as the Secretariat of the International Committee on Global Positioning Systems, and within this framework, there is a lot of activities that are developed and dedicated to Africa and to different other regions. We also act as the Secretariat of the UN Space, which is a mechanism of coordination between all UN entities working in space or using space in different programs. And the objective of this UN Space mechanism is to facilitate coordination, exchange of data, etc. Thematic activities cover a range, very large range of activities, for water, for example, climate change, disaster management, and so on. And this program is open to all UN member states, and we encourage all countries from Africa to participate to this program. These activities are set up and are conducted within a large program of cooperation and partnership with different countries because we have a very large program and we are targeting a very large community, and we benefit from support from these countries. As you can see in this chart, we have a lot of partnerships programs with different countries, which enable us to offer these activities of capacity building to all countries. Now, let me exchange with you on some priorities that are developed right now by the office. From the coming of the new leadership within the UNOSA, we have been conducting very large number of bilateral meetings with member states, permanent mission in Vienna, and also with other actors, private sector, regional, international organizations, regional and international agencies. And it comes from these discussions and this exchange with all these actors that there is an importance of space to ensure space technology-based data services are used to address multiple global challenges. But more particularly, there are 5 strategic priorities that are for the moment identified to support our activity in the coming few years. The first one is space sustainability. The second one is space for sustainable development goals. Third one, space for climate. And engaging Africa is one of the most important actors, and development of cooperation and partnership with all stakeholders involved in space activities. Why space for SDGs? As you may know, in 2015, the 193 member states of the UN adopted the 17 SDGs. Now we are halfway, and that's 15-year journey to 2030, and the SDGs are still looking like faraway stretch targets. We must accelerate to achieve them. And we know that space has a vital, important role to play. If the UN is the custodian of space development goals, then UNOSA is the Secretary General's custodian for space for development goals. And this must be the heart of our story going forward. This is why we at the UN-USA put in space for global development goals as one of the most important priorities working on. The second one is space sustainability. We recognize the importance of sustainable space practices, and UN-USA has been at the forefront of efforts to develop guidelines and norms for space activities, promoting responsible and sustainable space activities and addressing critical challenges such as space debris and ensuring the long-term usability of space for Earth observation. At this stage, space sustainability is the unique way to make space available, accessible, equitably to all countries. And we encourage all countries, and specifically African countries, to be part of this discussion, to be part of this debate, to ensure that space is still sustainable, and to ensure that all countries will have an equitable access to space. The third priority we are working on is space for climate action. As you may know, satellite-derived information is instrumental in climate modeling, helping scientists better to comprehend the complexities of climate system and predict future trends. Additionally, space technologies contribute to climate change mitigation and adaptation efforts by supporting activities such as precision agriculture, disaster management, and monitoring carbon emission. You may know that 26 of the 55 essential climate variables can only be measured from space, which stress the importance of space satellite data and space technologies to support climate actions and climate change mitigation. The fourth pillar of the priority of the UNUSA for the coming year is multi-stakeholder engagement. The UNUSA has recognized the critical importance of the multi-stakeholders engagement in addressing the challenges and opportunities associated with outer space activities. As the custodian of the United Nations Treaties governing space affairs, UNUSA places a high priority on involving a diverse range of stakeholders, including governments, private industry, academia, and civil society, for an informed decision-making process, and by fostering collaboration and inclusivity, UNUSA aims to harness collective expertise and perspectives to ensure that the benefits of outer space activities are shared equitably and that the potential risks are effectively managed at a global scale. Last but not least, the fifth priority of UNUSA strengthen engagement of Africa. UNUSA recognizes the potential of space technologies to support Africa to achieve development goals in an area such as communication, Earth observation, and disaster management, and seeks to ensure that UNUSA program complement and support the specific goals outlined in the African Space Strategy and African Space Policy. Additionally, involving African nations in space activities fosters a more inclusive and equitable access space community, aligning with the United Nations broader global goals of promoting international cooperation and development. One issue I would like to bring to your attention is the Summit of the Future. The United Nations Secretary General recognition of space as a global priority, as outlined in Space Policy Brief, presents a unique opportunity to advocate for the significance of the Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space and the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs. The policy brief delineates 4 critical priorities: space debris, space traffic, space resources, and multi-stakeholders engagement, all anchored by the overreaching theme of space for sustainable development goals. The discussions are going right now between countries in New York, and we invite all African countries and all African actors to engage in this debate, to make our voice heard and our interest taken in consideration in this discussion. This because emphasizing the importance of space for SDGs for Africa is particularly critical and crucial. Its inclusion of Africa in negotiations is essential to ensuring equitable access to benefits of space activities for African countries. Our concerted effort must translate geographic boundaries to underscore the integral role of space in achieving sustainable development goals worldwide. Why we are according this importance to the cooperation with Africa, and we would like to develop this cooperation with Africa. Because I think, as is outlined in these different discussions this morning and in different presentations and the panel discussion, Africa knows a very large scale of development, and it's one of the fastest economic growth rates at a global level. Africa is also one of the most impacted regions in the world by climate changes, climate impacts. More African countries are developing space programs, and new space agencies are set in different countries. The African Union adopted the space policy and the space strategy, and also created the African Space Agency. The GMES program is one of the most relevant programs that are developed to enable countries to benefit from space, especially from Earth observation technologies, to integrate these tools in economic, social development. The member states of the corpus, at most 1/4 of these members are from African countries. And space technologies, as it was highlighted many times, is very important for the development in our region. This is why Africa active involvement in the work of the Committee on Peaceful Uses of Outer Space and in the activities and programs run by the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs is imperative for fostering inclusivity and leveraging the continent's unique contribution to space science and technology. It's crucial that Africa's voice is not only heard, but also fully implicated in the discussions and decision-making process of these international bodies. Engaging African countries in the UN space dialogue and programs is vital for ensuring that perspectives and needs of the continent are considered in the development of global space policies. Establishing structural dialogue between UNOSA and Africa can facilitate more comprehensive understanding of the region's challenges and aspirations in the realm of outer space. Additionally, forging partnership with African Space Agency can enhance collaboration on space exploration, technology transfer, and capacity building initiatives, thereby advancing sustainable development and equitable participation in the benefit of space activities across the African continent. I would like to close by saying that UNOSA needs to and wants to help deliver tangible results from space for our future. It's a big challenge, and a big challenge requires strong partners. I hope what I have said and shared with you has provided some foods for thoughts, and I would close by inviting the brilliant space minds of the African institutions and countries to engage with UNOSA on space for the future in a global context. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you, Idriss Adali. Our second speaker is André Longurman. So, 15 minutes for you. No.
Thank you very much, Bashir, and good afternoon, colleagues. You are sleeping, you are sleeping, you are sleeping. Good afternoon, colleagues. Can I say you something? But please stand up. All of us. I'm still seeing some people sitting, and unless they stand up, I cannot say it. Oh, thank you very much. All you said, have your seat. It's not always easy to speak just after a heavy lunch because you are sleeping. So I will not wake up you. I just need 10 minutes to deliver what I have to say. Thank you so much. Thank you. My name is Andre Nongerma. I'm the chief of the Geospatial Information System, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. And I would like to talk a little bit about how do we strengthen collaboration, engagement between regional institutions in Africa and national institutions for the use of Earth observations in our continent. Before I start, let me give you a quick overview of what is the Economic Commission for Africa. It's one of the 3 regional African institutions, along with the African Development Bank. You hear from them this morning. And of course, the African Union. And we report to the African Conference of Ministers in charge of finance and planning to support regional development priority and also to undertake activity that advance social and economic development in our continent. Oh, sorry. What is happening? Yeah, this is where I am. And the United Nations Economic Commission is one of the 5 regional commission being established by the United Nations in the 50s to advance regional integrations and socio-economic development in the various regions. And within the ECA, we have 3 main core functions, if I might say like that, providing a convening opportunity for member states to come together and set up a dialogue on some of the emerging or burning issues in our continent, being a think tank to appraise some of the good approach, some of the key area where our continent should look at, and also operating on the ground through technical assistance and advisory services to our member state. You can find more details on what we are doing and our domain of interventions on the ECA website, unica.org. Now, if we look at the African landscape, yes, if you look at the African landscape, there are some policy drivers that are, from my point of view, opportunity to foster disengagement between regional institutions and national institutions. And of course, the Agenda 2030 on the Sustainable Development Goals and Agenda 2063 on the Africa we want are some of the overarching policy framework that, of course, call for a collaboration and partnership to be put in place so that regional institutions can better support and amplify what is happening at the national level. And all this framework, if you look at what is on the screen, need a better information or access to information and data. We have heard that this morning from the African Development Bank to be able to be implemented fully. And as you know, the SDG, for instance, even the Africa we want, are intended to reform what we are doing at the global level, but often they rely upon policy and action and project at the most local level. This is to say that, of course, we cannot have an effective implementation and monitoring without having this close tie and relationship between what is happening at the global level and what we can do at the national and local level. So a close linkages is likely needed by the global side and also the regional organizations and those who are working at the national and operational level. Why we need such an engagement? I have been hearing some of the presentation made by those who are running the GMES and Africa program, and we are seeing that many African countries are slowly acquiring capacity to produce, process, and use observation data, services, and product. And we are seeing that at the global level as well. There is a continuous development of satellites that are providing information to the African context. But all these efforts are maintaining more or less space-related activity and producing space-related data. But as you can see, is a kind of Babel tower where many African countries are developing their active Earth observation systems, but we don't see them working to ensure that we have access to the data they are producing in a more coordinated manner, and even in a more interlinked and interoperable manner. Therefore, of course, we need this kind of seamless connection architecture and also this kind of seamless standardization of what we are doing so that we can fully benefit from every and each observation system we are developing in the African continent. Where we can, I'm talking to myself, can see. You know, you have missed all these things. I was talking to myself, why we needed the engagement between the global and the national level. And where we should put an emphasis or a focus on this kind of engagement. Every other area or corner is critically important. From policy, because we still, although we have put in place the African Space Policy and Strategy, we have put in place the National African Space Agency, we still lack a overarching governance mechanism to coordinate Earth observation activity in the continent. We still need people in terms of capacity and capability. Someone said this morning that we don't have the skilled people needed to process, analyze, and disseminate Earth observation data. I will add to that maybe we need more to retain those who have trained, because most of the time they are running away from this field of space or Earth observation related domain to other area of the socio-economic development in the continent. We still need the technology. Things are changing, and I hear Dr. Chijan talking this morning about machine learning, artificial intelligence, and so many new emerging technology we need to appraise to continue ensuring that we benefit from Earth observation system in the African continent. We need also to develop some of the social benefit of Earth observation system. If I pick a lay person, a common person on the ground, and I want to convince him that we need Earth observation in Africa, you can see that it can be a very heavy task to do that. So we need to continue building some of the application services that can now be a kind of common good to African citizens. And of course we need partnership, because no one can develop by itself in the vacuum. We need what the others are doing, to learn from them, and be able to appraise some of the key success and story and make use of them. And sorry, I may have some difficulty. How to strengthen this engagement between the global, the regional, and the national level. We need this kind of dialogue. This is where institutions like the Economic Commission for Africa and the African Union are critically important, so that we can have countries, member states, talking to each other, not only to each other among them, but also to the regional institutions. And more collaborations is, of course, needed. We have so many initiatives, so many programs, so many networks in Africa. And I give this example of GMES in Africa and the Digital Earth Program to highlight the need that we define some of the commonality between those important programs and see how we take advantage or we mutualize the resources. And we need to collaborate, of course, to ensure that regional entities as well as national institutions have effective collaboration between them when they develop their respective information system. And of course, sharing. You know that in many African countries we are still struggling, and we are still competing for power in every single aspect we are doing, either at regional level or sometimes more importantly at the national level. People are not unlocking the hidden potential of the data they have because they don't want just to share it. And this is critically important for us to tackle, so that we see how we can share some of the best practices and develop some of the cooperative management of Earth observation data, product and services in the continent. There are so many benefits of this kind of engagement between the regional and the national. For me, where I'm sitting, it will help promote effective leadership at national level. It will also help put in place some of the policies and institutional arrangement we are still looking for. It will give purpose to Earth observation and space-related activity in Africa, because it will improve the regional scale development decision-making and even the national scale decision making, in ensuring that we have reliable information easily available for policy making, for investment, for planning, and for management of our resources. It will also give some relevance to what we are doing, because it will be possible. I'm sorry, but it's not working at my pace. This one. Yeah. Keep it there for 2 minutes. No, it will give relevance to what we are doing, because I believe that such an engagement will help us link space with our day-to-day business in terms of community utilization of this data, in terms of our society, service delivery, and decision. It will also have an impact, because we'll ensure that we have a kind of ubiquitous availability of spatial data information as a common good. I believe this is critically important. We need to slowly moving from providing mere data to making this data and product as a common good to African citizens. And of course, my sense is that beside or beyond technical training, educations, and capacity development, we need to also ensure that citizens are fully participating in the space effort in Africa, in empowering them to do as much as possible by themselves. And ensemble, together, we can assure that all users are engaged for achieving space benefit for Africa. Getting there, some guiding principle. My sense is that from what I heard this morning till now, we need a kind of integration of whatever we do. Not only throwing space-related services and products in a standalone manner, but slowly moving to develop what I can call development information with all the data ecosystem within our member state. And beyond that, we need to stop talking to ourselves. I was talking to myself. We need to move or to stop talking to ourselves, because we are still too technical for the common users at the ground. And most importantly, we need to start engaging the political leaders, the policy decision makers in our continent, so that they can understand, so that space-related data, product, services permeate every aspect of our society. We need also the principle of subsidiarity, because what we can implement at the global level, country embarked and engaged in developing active Earth observation systems and programs. This is good, but responsibility and accountability for national global compatibility is also good. Example, let's look at what my colleagues from the UNWUSA have just said. We cannot develop space-related activity without adhering to some of the international treaties and laws. And we should take full responsibility to stick to that when we are developing our space-related activity and program. So engagement.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Silent? Okay, you're almost there. Very good. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cecilia Donati, and I will be your moderator for the next session. As we can see, time is a little bit behind schedule, so I would like to invite all panelists to join me on the stage. Sorry, this is falling down. Okay, if the representative of the consortium can join me on stage, I would like to invite the representative of the Ecologique, DSC, the representative of the IGAT Climate Center, ICPAC, representative of the RCMRD, Regional Center for Mapping and Resources for Development, OSCC, Observatoire de Sahara et du Sahel, SASCAL, Southern Africa Service and Climate Change of Adapted Land Management, CICOS, International Commission of the Congo Ubangi Sangha Bassin, and SAI, Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, and last but not least, representative of the University of Ghana. Thank you very much. So the session is titled Policy and Institutional Arrangement Within and Between GMES and Africa Consortium and Partner. We heard this morning key figure about the program, fantastic figure, I would say, more than 40 countries involved, 5 regions, almost 90 institutions involved. These are really impressive numbers. But now we would like to go a little bit more into detail and hear from the consortia where the achievement and the lesson learned within the first pillar of the program, which is policy and institutional framework. So you will have 10 minutes to present. Please stick with the time, unless we want to stay here forever and ever all night, which is nice, but we have a lovely reception organized by the host, so it would be nice to attend it. So please don't be mad if I will be also your timekeeper, not only your moderator. So after 10 minutes, I will kindly ask you to come to a conclusion. And so I hope you have all given your presentation. I hope it's a yes. Very good. And so now we start with our particular order with the representative of the Centre de Suivi Écologique, CSC. You can come here and take the floor. Thank you very much.
Bonjour à tous. I'm going to speak in French because I'm very happy to speak in French. You know why? Je vais passer à la présentation de ce qui a été demandé sur la session 1, cadre institutionnel, amélioration du cadre institutionnel et politique, basé sur les activités que le consortium du Centre de suivi écologique a pu implémenter du début de la deuxième phase jusqu'à maintenant. C'est important de préciser cela parce que ça nous met un peu dans une périodicité durant laquelle, évidemment, une évaluation a été faite. Et merci encore à tous les partenaires qui ont contribué à cette présentation. Mon nom, c'est Mamadou Adamassar. Je suis expert associé et puis coordinateur technique du consortium du Centre de suivi écologique. Très rapidement, le premier slide met en évidence un peu la zone de couverture d'emprise du consortium GDZIAO, qui signifie gestion durable des zones humides et de l'inondation en Afrique de l'Ouest. Évidemment, on s'est focalisé sur les 6 composantes de GMES qui se trouvent un peu dans la figure à votre droite. cadre institutionnel, accès aux données, l'information aux services, tout ce qui est communication, tout ce qui est renforcement de capacité, et j'en passe. Et puis nous, notre but final de toutes les activités menées dans cette deuxième phase sont focus vraiment sur ce que vous voyez à l'intérieur du SEC, qui est de promouvoir des données, de promouvoir de l'information des produits pour aider à la prise de décision au niveau des pays concernés. Évidemment, pour la partie des réalisations, vous voyez à ma gauche ou à votre gauche un tableau où j'ai mis les réalisations contractuelles, parce que ça c'est extrêmement important. Toutes les activités qui ont été engagées et menées avec les partenaires, je peux dire l'essentiel a été mis en œuvre dans les 10 pays que couvre évidemment notre partenariat. Vous avez la Côte d'Ivoire, la Guinée, le Mali et un peu le Sénégal, mais je reviendrai sur ces informations qui manquent ici, parce que c'est dû à des retards et également un peu d'insécurité dans certains pays, ce qui est également important de signaler. Vous voyez dans l'autre côté, j'ai mis des réalisations additionnelles et des réalisations imprévues. Parce que c'est extrêmement important, parce que des fois vous vous attaquez à des actions, mais vous n'imaginez pas les implications derrière. Et puis vous voyez en haut, au niveau, j'ai pris 2 pays, le Sénégal et le Ghana. Au Ghana, il y a, au-delà de ce qui a été réalisé, ça a pu impulser vraiment 3 districts administratifs sur lesquels GMES a pu contribuer pour pouvoir implémenter un peu des simulations pour un plan de contingence au niveau des inondations. Et ça, évidemment, c'est extrêmement valorisant sur le cadre politique institutionnel. Au niveau du Sénégal, il y a 2 réalisations additionnelles. Et je remercie la DPN, les partenaires et parquets nationaux. Vous avez sur la carte 5 aires marines protégées qui ont pu être également aménagées et aujourd'hui suivies grâce aux données d'observation de la Terre venant des applications qu'on a réalisées durant la première phase. Et ça aussi, c'est extrêmement important du point de vue cadre politique institutionnel. La deuxième réalisation pour le cas du Sénégal, c'est l'impact 6. Et là, la DPN même reviendra ici pour mieux présenter ça. Le Sénégal a été, sa candidature pour évidemment, pour l'impact 6 a été acceptée. Je pense que j'ai un colonel qui est là, qui reviendra en détail pour vous parler évidemment de cette initiative. Et ça également, c'est grâce à GMES et bravo aussi pour le partenaire DPN. Je reviens également sur le deuxième slide pour d'abord au niveau du template que vous voyez Excel, il y a une cartographie aujourd'hui. Je peux dire que sur les 10 pays, tout ce qui se passe en initiative, en projet, programme qui ont lien avec les données d'observation de la Terre ont été répertoriées. Avec les noms, les adresses, les coordonnées géographiques, ça s'occupe de quoi, le partenaire fait quoi, il le fait où, c'est une base de données extrêmement importante. Au niveau du Burkina, merci beaucoup doyen Patrice, il y a également un travail extraordinaire qui a été fait, un document sur évidemment le cadre institutionnel, au niveau du Ghana, au niveau du Bénin, au niveau de la Guinée, avec les documents de politique, au niveau des politiques sur les zones humides, si je pense bien. Et donc tout ça, c'est des réalisations avec des illustrations au niveau des pays partenaires. Là, je me suis amusé à faire un peu une petite application dans Google Earth. Est-ce qu'on peut cliquer juste sur la carte? Can you click just on the map, please? Pour mettre en évidence un peu ce qui ont, évidemment, on a pu avoir à date, sinon c'est pas grave. Don't worry, I continue. It is just, OK. Et ça, c'est également le document Excel que je disais tantôt qui permet un peu de pouvoir aujourd'hui avoir constitué cette base de données. Et je pense que c'est extrêmement important et que ça peut être également un état des lieux à l'année 0, de voir comment évidemment les initiatives ou l'accès aux données avec les initiatives qui existent à l'année 1, l'année 2, l'année 3, c'est extrêmement important. Thank you. Can you come back? Au niveau des challenges, bon, très rapidement, il y a quelques défis qui ont été adressés, venant également des partenaires. Le premier défi, c'est l'accès à des données de très haute résolution. Ça vient souvent, mais quand même, il faut l'adresser pour améliorer un peu le suivi des zones humides, parce que je pense que dans notre stand du Sénégal, il y a ma collègue Choro a mis une graine, je vais dire une graine qui s'appelle du goé. J'ai oublié le nom scientifique. Le Cyperus. C'est de l'encens, c'est extrêmement utile. Je ne dirais pas pour les hommes, mais en tout cas pour les femmes aussi. Et des images de très haute résolution permettent un peu de suivre cette plante au niveau des sites qui l'abritent, comme le site de Toc. Mais aujourd'hui, avec l'image de Sentinelle, comme vous le savez, c'est extrêmement difficile. Alors que ça a été une demande, une expression de besoin des femmes de ces sites dès le départ, durant la première phase de GMS. Et donc ça, c'est un défi aussi qu'il faut adresser. Le deuxième défi, c'est le retard dans le déblocage de fonds. Bon, ça, je passe rapidement parce qu'il ne faut pas trop épiloguer dessus, mais ça a beaucoup retardé quand même la mise en œuvre des activités avec les partenaires. Ils l'ont signalé et je tenais également à le mentionner. Le dernier défi, c'est le problème récurrent de la transaction financière. Oui, ça aussi, ça a été dit. Et je pense que c'est extrêmement quelque chose quand même qui a beaucoup limité la mise en œuvre dans certains pays. C'est dû peut-être à l'insécurité, au transfert bancaire, parce que ces temps-ci, quand même, il faut reconnaître que c'est pas aussi évident de transférer de l'argent dans certains pays. Next. Mon dernier slide. Ah, sorry. Les prochaines étapes, j'ai mis quelques informations aussi. Je pense que la mise à jour des plans d'action, c'est extrêmement utile, venant évidemment du retard accusé dans cette deuxième phase. Et ça implique également sur le document de travail au niveau contractuel avec GMES. Dans la dissémination aussi, comme il ne faut presque plus parler de sciences, d'outils, d'application, je pense qu'il y a un travail extraordinaire aussi qui doit être fait au niveau de l'innovation dans la dissémination des produits. Et là, évidemment, il y a une expérience qui est en train d'être réfléchie. C'est-à-dire qu'à partir du moment où un produit est donné, je donne un exemple sur la turbidité de l'eau qui renseigne sur la qualité. À partir de là, comment maintenant l'utilisateur ou les utilisateurs peuvent être touchés en masse en termes d'interdiction, etc. Et là, évidemment, je pense que les radios communautaires des sites, l'information par messagerie texte ou audio via les smartphones peuvent également contribuer, mais ça demande également un autre mécanisme de dissémination. L'autre point, c'est continuer de communiquer sur l'intérêt du programme, parce que, évidemment, avec les collègues, on s'est rendu compte que c'est un peu compliqué dans nos pays de toucher le plus haut niveau politique et décisionnel. C'est-à-dire qu'à un moment donné, l'information s'arrête et puis ceux qui prennent réellement les décisions peuvent être au courant de 2 ou 3 choses, mais pas en profondeur de ce qui se fait. Il y a tellement de choses qu'on a développées, mais qui restent un peu à un niveau pas très élevé. Et ça, je pense qu'il y a un travail également de communication qui peut être fait. Next. Je vous remercie, c'était ça qui était prévu pour le centre de suivi écologique. I think I'm on time, right?
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for highlighting achievement, challenge, and way forward from the perspective of the Centre de Suivi Écologique, and thank you for staying on time. Next in the agenda, it will be the representative of the IGAD Climate Prediction and Application Center, and reminder, 10-minute achievement, challenges, and way forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Melissa. So while seated there, I was scanning the room, and inside there I see brothers and sisters, fathers and mothers as well. And for that, we are a family, and normally family, we can talk up to midnight. So, but for today, I think I only have 10 minutes. So, yeah, so I'll stick to 10 minutes. But should any family member here ask me any question, I may digress and proceed. So yeah, thank you so much for this particular session. My name is David Ongo. I work with the ICPAC. I was just about to say Regional Center. ICPAC was established in 1989 as a drought monitoring center back in Nairobi. But over time, it has grown because of the services and the needs that that particular region has been requires. And in 2007, there was a protocol that was established, and other member states joined, and instead of now drought monitoring network, drought monitoring center, it turned to be ICPAC. And out of the many services that ICPAC has been undertaking, the many good services that ICPAC has been taking within the particular region, many other organizations saw it fit to join so that they can be able to deliver some of the services. And for that, ICPAC is a regional center for climate. It's a regional center for climate, spearheaded by the WMO. It's also a member of AU NEPAD, specifically for water centers of excellence. It has an observer status, particularly within the UNFCCC, and we are in the process of getting accreditation for green climate funding. So, because of the needs within that particular region, our services have been expanding. Currently, we have around 8 services, all geared towards specifically climate-related issues or climate-related services. We have issues to do with climate forecasting. We have a disaster risk management, water resources, agriculture and food security, environmental monitoring with its generosity. We have capacity development, climate change, as well as climate information production. All these particular services are geared towards community resilience. And we've had a lot of talk about community resilience. I think my big brother Cheikh talked about El Nino being one of the areas that is currently affecting our region. We were able to provide good advisory to states within our region. The rest, I think, became a little bit political, and we are able to see some of the issues that are going on if we are not adhering to the experts. We have issues to do with enhanced capacity in stakeholders. We are doing a lot of capacity development, I think, together with a number of other agencies. We have Regional Center for Mapping here. We have JRC, who we conducted recently on the job training within our member states, among others. So for ICPAC, specifically within the GMES realm, we are looking at the natural resource and food security within the Eastern African region. And for that, we have a number of partners that we are working very closely with. Anyone within the RCMD, the ICPAC consortia, please raise your hand. Yeah, we are around 50 people around in this particular room. So probably half the room is from ICPAC. So we are working with, in Somalia, we have people in Tanzania through the Tanzania Forest Services. We have the Wildlife Research and Training Institute in Kenya, whom we have very good statistics that we'll be able to share later on some of the impacts of what we do has been able to help out. We have in the Makerere University and the UA still in Uganda. So some of the achievements that we have so far within the consortia, all agreements within the partners have been signed. We have a number of partners that I've just mentioned. We are having a lot of collaboration, especially with JRC, that is the cleanser for carbon emission and reporting. This particular topic is drawing a lot of traction. So because of that particular need, we are working very closely with JRC to make sure that we're able to provide this necessary information to help some of the countries in UNFCCC reporting, UNFCCC reporting. And for that, very closely related to that, we have Kenya is trying to plant around 15 billion trees. And after planting trees, we need to monitor them very closely. We don't say planting trees nowadays, we say growing trees. So we have to see they've come to a certain age. So we will be doing a lot of monitoring in that particular regard towards the same. We are working with the GRC and IGAD DRM, that is for drought monitoring in protected areas and rangelands, as well as GSZ in invasive species mapping around Karamoja. Specifically, we are trying to look at the palatability of forage within the Karamoja region. Other engagements, we have WRTI, we have KFC, we have the creation of national working groups. I think this is one of the areas that probably we should encourage even more, because this is the only link between what we do and the policy makers. The national working group, for example, for Kenya, specifically for rangeland and forest, encompasses most of the institutions that work towards forest preservation and conservation as well. For Kenya, we've already established it. The next in line is Uganda, and the rest will follow. Another achievement we have is we have very regular communication. We have a Slack channel that most of the postings that are done regards some of the activities that we do. So what are the challenges? Some of the partners that we have took a very long time to sign the agreements with because of the bureaucratic channels that have to be followed, as well as the administrative processes. Another challenge we have is narrow the gap between the decision makers and the experts in the room. We have to continue and increase collaboration with other EO projects and initiatives. And in this particular room, I can see a lot of brothers that are still missing. So Dr. Tidiane, together with the ISA, because I know you are the fathers of GMES and Africa right now, we still have other guys like, somebody mentioned we are 44 only in this room. I mean 44 countries. So where are the 10? As a family, we cannot continue eating alone like this. So possibly, Dr. Tidiane, please look for the 10 brothers. We can continue eating together. Thank you so much, and have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much. Thank you, David, for this very insightful presentation. I hear already some common line between the presentation. For instance, what is needed, it seems like a stronger engagement with the policy level and decision making, whether it is at continental level or national level. But let's continue with the next speaker, the representative of the Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development, CMRD. Please join me on stage for the next presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia. Let me start by introducing myself. I'm Dr. Moses Akali, and I wish to welcome all of us for this brief presentation. My brother, like he indicated that he will be able to save some bit of time. I want to hope that the time he did save, I'll utilize it, if allowed. Thank you so much. Let me start by saying that as part of the RCMRD consortia, as a partner, I want to mention that we are bringing a different dimension or an additional dimension from the speakers that we've had, that I'm here as a representative of the government of Kenya in terms of partnering with RCMRD. And so I come from the Directorate of Resource Surveys and Remote Sensing. Now, this directorate is a government institution that is in the Executive Office of the President under the purview of Chief of Staff and Head of the Public Service. Now, one thing I would mention is that we have a basic responsibility as a directorate, and by virtue of our positioning, it gives us that latitude to be able to influence across board the various government ministries, departments, the county government, and other agencies to be able to embrace Earth observation as an important tool to inform and support decision making, and therefore influence policy directions. And as such, we've been able to do this. And therefore, you would see that our basic responsibility is collection, storage, analysis, updating, and dissemination of geospatial information to be able to facilitate decision-making processes both at the national and the county level. That is as per our structure. And so in relation to the work we do with RCMRD consortia, we have had to make a contribution because of being the lead entity and institution, government organization in terms of collection, in terms of validation, as well as sensitization of other government departments on the need to embrace services and products by the GMES Africa program to support decision-making and policy direction. Next. Now, I would want to just share with us a few of the thematic areas. Of course, as a directorate, we have a wide mandate, but specifically in terms of the working arrangement that we have with RCMRD as a consortia, that we focus on a number of thematic areas. And one of them, looking at the wetland conservation as an important thematic area that we pursue so much in terms of collection of geospatial information. And on this, we have had a lot of support from the GMES Africa program, which has actually influenced a lot in terms of policy, insofar as the reclaiming of wetlands, conservation of wetland areas is concerned, so that we can be able to realize the ecological benefits. And on the extreme right, you'll be able to see that the photo there illustrates the involvement of the community members during data collection, during the sensitization, and just being able to sensitize the community and being part of the process of data collection and being able to sensitize them on the need to be able to conserve these ecological fragile ecosystems. The other one is on food security. We do undertake a lot of cereals and crop forecasting, which entails the use of a lot of satellite imagery, and this we get this support as a government department through the working arrangement that we have with RCMRD. And this information has been very important in terms of informing decisions regarding food security programs in the country, because the Ministry of Agriculture benefits a lot from the information, the data that we gather through the GMES project. Next. Next. The fourth area is on forest conservation and management. And I think the very first speaker of the day did indicate the tree growing initiative in the country, and we are really excited to be able to see that kind of a product being displayed here. And this has been very, very important in terms of the degradation index map as an important tool that has had to inform, and these are direct benefit to the government of Kenya, because then we've been able to use this product to be able to advise the government to get to understand the areas that have been degraded and their levels, and even being able to compute the number of the seedlings that would be required to be grown in those specific areas. So I want to say that it's through this, we could see that on the extreme right, this has even led to, establishing a holiday for purposes of tree growing. And on the left, you'll see His Excellency, the President, Dr. Samuel Ruto, leading the process of tree growing. But of course, this was largely informed by being able to quantify the areas, being able to visualize the areas that are degraded, and they would be able to support his initiative of growing 15 billion trees by 2032. Then the other aspect is on land use planning. And on this, I would briefly want to mention that this has been very instrumental, like when you look at the affordable housing program that the president has had to launch. We have had to use the satellite imageries from the project to be able to digitize the buildings and be able to provide the spaces where these kind of initiatives can be undertaken. So we want to say that this has been very useful in terms of supporting the decision making and being able to direct how the resources can be allocated. Thank you. Next. I would want to make a conclusion that based on the few illustrations that we have given here, it's a fact that GMES services and products have provided a very unique kind of a platform that based on which we can be able to make well-informed decisions across various sectors of our economy. And this is actually in line with the bottom-up economic transformation model by the government of Kenya. So we are so grateful for the kind of working relationship we have with RCMRD. But of course, we have also had some bit of challenges that we would also want to appeal and implore upon all of us that we wish to go that direction, that we want to be able to look at how we can even influence more in terms of the decision and the policy level, that we would want to envisage or we want to wish to have a case where across board we have the decision makers and the policy being involved in some of these engagements directly. Because then the moment they appreciate this, it becomes very easy to be able to mainstream the Earth observation technologies as an important and a critical tool in terms of decision making. So we'll be envisaging a case where we have leaders both from the national level and the county levels being sensitized on this tool, so that we can be able to have it applicable across the bigger scope in terms of government. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Moses. Thank you for bringing a concrete example on how Earth observation can be useful in the implementation and support of policy formulation. So the next speaker would be from OSS, the Observatoire du Sahel du Sahara et Sahel. Sorry. Please join me on stage for your 10-minute presentation.
Thank you so much. Allow me to present myself. My name is Nadia Hameri. I'm Tunisian. I'm working for Sahara and Sahel Observatory, where I lead the communication team. I'm doing this presentation on behalf of the technical team who were not able to make it to Sharm el-Sheikh, unfortunately. So I'm trying to be precise and concise. Next. Oh, okay. So GMES North Africa is one regional project developed in the continuity of the first phase, involving two regional organizations, Krastelef in the training is a training center affiliated to the UN. CNCT in Tunisia, which is the National Center for Cartography and Remote Sensing, and three national mapping centers mandated by the production of geographic information, where one is specialized in desertification monitoring, one university and one NGO, which is in Mauritania, which is Tenmia NGO. This is the mapping of the North Africa consortium. face to the challenges faced by the region, which are water scarcity, food security, desertification, and drought. And in the continuity of the first phase, the consortium is developing 2 services, which are seasonal agriculture monitoring. I think it's going too fast. Voilà. Which are seasonal agricultural monitoring and land degradation monitoring. Our objectives are the consolidation of the first phase, a better operationalization, and the appropriation by the stakeholders. The summary of the consortium action, the policy and institutional framework is going on setting up an institutional agreement on Earth observation, data access with our European partners, the engagement of relevant institutions at the continental, regional, and national level, of course, with partnership with the other consortia, and the promotion of relevant frameworks to support space science and technology to ensure policy coherence and harmonization, which is a really important point to ensure the continuation and the capitalization of the results of the first phase. The engagement of relevant institutions at continental, regional, and national level are developed under several MOUs. For example, here, as you can see, with RTIF, and with CR2N, which was held in Tunisia in 2022 during the regional workshop held in Tunisia. The engagement of relevant institutions at continental, regional, and national level are also can be seen in multiple meetings and multiple participation in high-level events, like a recent high-level exchange with the Egyptian Minister of Agriculture of Egypt, who is also the president of OSS, the high-level panel in UN Water Conference in New York. Also, of course, the engagement of high-level authorities during all the regional work. We also had a lot of virtual and hybrid workshops to engage the more number possible of stakeholders. We are also engaging students and university at the university level in hackathons. One was in Mauritania and is prepared for December, I think. We also engage, as it's mentioned in the document of a project, the private sector, for example, by call of tenders, and the private sectors helped us to develop our MISLAND and MISBAR platforms, who are able to give the right information to to help the decision making. As a summary, we can just give you some facts. 3 regional workshops were held, 8 national workshops, 2 hackathons, 1 planned, as I said, for December 2023, and 2 partnership agreements recently signed, one with Digital Earth Africa, which is an international program for remote sensing. What are our difficulties? Sometimes we have difficulties of high-level engagement. What we are trying to help with advocacy work. Also, MOU establishment can be challenging and may take a long time for signature, from the signature to the concrete collaboration. It's not always. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Nadia. Merci beaucoup for bringing on the role of the private sector as essential in implementing and reaching policy objective. We go on. Sorry for the fast moderation, but I prefer to leave time to the speaker to speak instead of me moderating, so that's why I go a little bit fast. The next in line will be the representative of the Southern Africa Service Center for Climate Change and Adaptive Land Management, also known as SASCAL. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, again. Okay, so it gives me great pleasure to present to you the results of the work package, policy and institutional development under the GMES Phase 2. I think as they put on the slides, may I take just 1 second and maybe describe to those people who don't know what SASCO really is, because I've met some people who are hearing it for the first time. So SASCO is the Southern African Science Service Center for Climate Change and Adaptive Land Management. It is a regional climate change center that was formed in 2012 by 5 SADC countries, that is Angola, Botswana, Namibia, South Africa, and Zambia. Its headquarters is in Windhoek, Namibia, and each of those countries will have a regional or a local office. So, and I think also before I continue, I'd like to ask the African Union Communication to please update that Angola is a member of SASCO. In the communication presentation, one of the biggest countries was missing, Angola. Thank you. So the name of the consortium is SASCO, and then I'll present on the focus of the work package and also the achievements and the way forward. Please go ahead, next slide. Next slide. Our partners, we've got about 8 partners, and these partners include 6 technical partners, 2 strategic partners, and the private sector. And those partners are the SADC WaterNet, University of Botswana in Botswana, University of Western Cape, South Africa, University of Zambia, University of Namibia, Midland State University in Zimbabwe, the National Remote Sensing Center in Zambia, the Zambia Environmental Management Agency, and the private sector. And within our project, we work in 4 river basins that are all transboundary between those countries that I have mentioned. Next slide. Our project is WeMust. WeMust is Wetland Monitoring and Assessment Service for transboundary basins in Southern Africa. And in the second phase, our main objective was to upscale and operationalize the portal that we developed in phase 1. We also have added a new feature in phase 2, which is the mapographics that you'll be able to see tomorrow from the technical discussion. Our phase 2 has 5 objectives. One was to improve policy and institutional framework for sustainable management of the wetlands. Second objective, to improve MOUs, 5 in total. The first one is the one we signed with the SADC WaterNet. Then we also signed MOUs with the 5 commissions in our study area. That is COVECOM, that is covering the Coverai, OCACOM, covering the Okavango, LIMCOM, covering the Limpopo, and ZAMCOM, covering the Zambia. Not only that, and through our synergistic and cross-fertilization, we've also signed an MOU, a tripartite MOU, with the RCMRD and CAC in Senegal. Then we also plan to do synergies beyond the borders, just try to engage with other stakeholders in areas outside of our study area. We intend to develop some policy briefs, which will provide an overview of our key findings and how they can improve policy in the WeMust study area and also beyond. Next. So, we have mainstreamed WMAST into SASCO's core program. This ensures its sustainability. So SASCO's program at this moment include the climate research, the green hydrogen, our open access data center, and also the Center of Excellence Integrated Water Resources Management hosted by University of Science and Technology. And all those 4 programs are related to the wetlands. The green hydrogen related because wetlands have been found to be not only one of the biggest carbon sinks, but also emitters of late. And also recently when we were developing the Atlas of Green Hydrogen Generation Potential for SADC, there was a need for climate data. And there was therefore a synergy between the climate research we are doing and the data we needed to model the green hydrogen. The Center of Excellence is, of course, water, so that is extremely important for WMAST. And then we have the Open Access Data Center that houses data from our project, in situ satellites, and also the WMAST portal and all the data will be put in here. So this ensures that even at the end of the project, the
prévention des pollutions et des risques à la SICOS. Et cette présentation sera focalisée uniquement sur la thématique de la première session qui porte sur le cadre politique et institutionnel. Please, next. Oui, vous avez suivi ce matin la belle présentation de mon supérieur hiérarchique, Dr Marie-Thérèse Tongo, dont elle a expliqué de long en large les missions de la SICOS, les objectifs, et ce que la SICOS fait en lien avec l'observation de la Terre. Next, please. Donc, le plan de ma présentation sera tel que présenté au tableau. Nous allons commencer par le cadre d'intervention, suivi de la couverture géographique. Au point 3, les partenaires et le cycle de domaine d'intervention. En 4, les réalisations. Au point 5, les défis. Et nous finirons par les perspectives en lien avec cette section. Next, please. Déjà, en termes de cadre d'intervention, nous savons que la thématique portée par la SICOS est intitulée « Gestion de l'eau et ressources naturelles ». Et la SICOS, comme vous l'avez bien suivi ce matin, est une organisation internationale sous-régionale qui a pour thématique gestion de l'eau et promotion de la navigation par voie d'eau intérieure. Donc nous avons, avant de proposer notre champ d'intervention au niveau de l'Union africaine, se rassurer que ça cadre avec les politiques déjà au niveau global, passant par le niveau continental, à travers la vision de l'eau. Voici dans le cadre d'intervention de la SICOS. Et le consortium SICOS travaille dans 10 pays. Nous avons 9 pays qui est couvert au niveau de l'Afrique centrale. Et nous travaillons également avec la Côte d'Ivoire. Donc ces pays sont le Burundi, le Cameroun, la Centrafrique, le Congo, la Côte d'Ivoire, la République démocratique du Congo, le Gabon, la Guinée équatoriale, le Sao Tomé et le Tchad. Next, please. Et les partenaires du consortium SICOS, ils sont au nombre de 9 et nous avons essayé de les regrouper en fonction de leur thématique d'intervention. Nous commencerons par l'Observatoire satellitaire des forêts de l'Afrique centrale, suivi de l'Institut national pour la conservation de l'environnement, INCOMA, la Commission des forêts d'Afrique centrale, COMIFAC, le Bureau national d'études techniques et de développement. Et ces 4 partenaires ont pour thème d'intervention la déforestation, occupation de sol, biodiversité, séquestration de carbone, et feu de brousse, ainsi que les émissions de gaz à effet de serre. Ça, ce sont les partenaires du premier groupe. Et nous avons également le deuxième groupe de partenaires, commençant par le Centre de recherche sur l'eau et les changements climatiques, CREC, l'Institut géographique de Burundi, IGEBU, la région. Dans cette salle, nous avons invité. Nous avons également tenu à inviter un utilisateur qui est un amateur privé, puisque l'une des missions de la SICOS porte sur la promotion de la navigation par voie d'eau intérieure. En termes de réalisation, pour cette deuxième année, Et nous avons eu à signer le contrat de partenariat avec SICOS SA pour l'accès aux données d'observation de la Terre. Vous avez le modèle de ce contrat. Nous avons également signé le contrat avec tous nos partenaires du consortium depuis la première année. Next, please. Comme autre réalisation, nous avons élaboré pour cette année 2023 une note d'information qui a été présentée avec les prémices des résultats de cette année de phase de GMES Africa au cours du Conseil des ministres extraordinaires de la SICOS. Il est à rappeler ici que chaque année, la Commission internationale du Congo organise la session ordinaire des ministres et ceci regroupe 12 ministres pour les 6 États membres, à savoir le ministre en charge de l'eau ou de l'environnement et le ministre en charge du transport. Nous avons élaboré une note d'information sur l'état d'avancement du projet GMES Africa qui a été présenté au Conseil des ministres tenu le 13 novembre 2023 à Brazzaville. Next, please. Nous avons également présenté les résultats du projet au sommet des 3 bassins qui a eu lieu du 26 au 28 octobre 2023. Et ces 3 bassins étaient le bassin du Congo, Amazonie, Bornéo, Mekong, Asie du Sud-Est. Et cette activité a eu lieu à Brazzaville. Et les résultats de GMES ont été également largement présentés. Et à cette réunion a connu autant pour moi la présence de 11 chefs d'État, l'Afrique centrale et l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Comme autre réalisation, nous avons également, avec l'appui en termes de défis, et nous pouvons dire que nous souhaiterons qu'il y ait une prise en compte par les CER, que ce soit la CAC ou la CEMAC, des résultats de projets dans les politiques et stratégies de gestion de l'eau et ressources naturelles. Ça, c'est le premier défi que nous proposons. Il faut également la capitalisation des résultats du projet dans les programmes régionaux, sous-régionaux, nationaux à travers les synergies d'action et de dialogue. Next. En termes de perspective, le consortium SICOS, avec ses partenaires, compte poursuivre l'élaboration des notes politiques à présenter aux décideurs de haut niveau. Et nous comptons également organiser des ateliers d'information et de sensibilisation des décideurs sur l'importance des données d'observation de la Terre et également continuer à présenter les produits et services GMES Africa aux réunions statutaires de la SICOS. Comme je vous disais, c'est
Scientific and Industrial Research. Are you controlling the slides? Okay. CSR is in South Africa. We are a 78-year-old organization. And we have around 2,500 people. I often believe that people in our finance department and legal services are also 78 years old. And much of the success of our, oh, you want me to do that? All right. Much of the successes of the work of our consortium is because we are a real consortium. Our partners are here and they need to take a lot of credit for the work that we do. So essentially, CSR is the lead of the marine and coastal operations for Southern Africa. We call it Makosio. It would be nice to see that in the exhibition where actually the consortiums were listed in the exhibition and not just the leads. We are just the leads in many cases. And the consortium develops applications and services to support the implementation of policy and economic drivers, especially for the oceans economy in Africa. The consortium, as I already mentioned, champions a co-design and co-development philosophy. We had a meeting earlier this morning with a journalist asked about indigenous knowledge. But from first principles, we totally against their build it and they will come engineering outlook. We're very much about what is the pain and how can we use our technology to help, whether it's the artisanal fisherman or the deputy president of Angola. And we acknowledge that the work that we do and the products that we created are through the EU Copernicus and Sentinel suites. So we're not arrogant. We try to understand the local oceans and coastal systems, and we try to create bespoke offerings, free and open offerings as well, so no payment to the user. We look at promoting sustainable management. We want to look at marine governance and protection. We know as Africa and Africans, we are not policy poor. We love creating policies. Implementing the policies, not so good. But we're very good at policy creation. I think one of the things that we need to do within this project is travel from, firstly, understanding the policy, making sure we are supporting policy, but most importantly, making sure this impact. We want to stimulate because we are a group of scientists, and as Andre said, we sometimes talk to ourselves very technically, but that's what this forum is for. But ultimately to promote the growth of the blue economy, and we want to create sustainable expertise and institutions. I've been involved in work in Africa for probably 25 years, and some of the other very big African events. And I think one of the biggest success of GMES in Africa is the fact that we work is a non-profit that drives this process, indicated that more people are drowned on the coastlines of Africa than people died of COVID. And we have systems to do less search and more rescue. But ultimately, we look at from policy to improving livelihoods, and everything we do, as I mentioned, is about impact. This is our consortium. You can meet them, most of them are here. Thank you all very much, the Makosio Consortium, for your hard work. They range from academic organizations, research organizations, non-profits, and private sector, which is also something very unique and special about this program. We're building African SMMEs. I think the GMES has to be congratulated for that. We work in that particular area of Africa. Some of the smaller islands, obviously, you won't see. And once again, these are the countries and consortium. And just to illustrate the fact, within this session, it's called Policy and Institutional Frameworks, but every one of our consortium has a specific or multiple tasks. So technically, policy-wise, or even academic, and then within domains of interest. So it's not just window dressing. They're actively involved. They use their experience and expertise. This slide also talks about the leadership of the work packages. CSR doesn't monopolize or cannibalize anything. And often within our leads, if you look at, I think, 3 of the 5, we have female leads. Often within our organizations, data costs and data barriers are still in place. It's very real that while we might be sitting here in this wonderful venue, that many of our partners have countries where internet access, costs of internet at the technical centers is an impediment for them, even though they have technical skills, to be able to share their data or even download their data. And something that we need to look at. I know the ASC is having a survey on that. Ultimately as well, the livelihoods of the most vulnerable artisanal fishermen and people that practice in aquaculture, and they need to be supported, and that's a main theme within this area as well. And then, policies on ship monitoring, Seaspiracy, if anyone's watched it, African coasts and oceans are the most exploited in the world. Opportunities for prosecution, when people try to turn off their tracking units, the relationship between ship traffic monitoring, lack of border management and navies, means Earth observation is the only technology that can help our countries. 38 of the 55 have coastlines. EO is the way to assist. So briefly, we found that creating these technical working groups is the way to get that information from a local level and make sure that we're focused, and also identify training opportunities as well. Sorry, this thing goes all over the place. So, okay, some services delivered. We created these long-term MOUs. We've developed the services, the operational data portals. Some of them are 24/7 systems as well. They've been requested to support policy imperatives. Jane referred to the meeting with the Deputy President. I think it was very fortunate that it happened so quickly that we didn't have a slide stack. We spoke to her, and just in speaking, she immediately said, please help us. And we're now signing an agreement with Angola Fisheries Institute to support Angola. We're looking at the academic network, cross-fertilization, and as I said, female leadership and youth is key and a bedrock to what we do. Some of the challenges I mentioned, infrastructure, institute data, especially with oceans and coasts, is important. Meteor data is very important, but some of the important things for me is that we need to co-fund, co-design, and co-develop. The reason I put in co-fund is we know that GMES is a grant. If we don't bring our own budgets through our own entities, through national entities, to ensure sustainability, then at the end of the program, all the wonderful work wouldn't continue. It's imperative upon us now to utilize this opportunity to bring in our own budgets to continue the work that we do. As I said, we want to support from presidents to the artisanal fisher and everybody else. And we want to expand the policy and technical expert groups at a regional and national level. Sorry for rushing, but I think I've kept within my time. There's our contact information if you need to learn more about what we do, and we have more information at the exhibit. And once again, thank you to all the Mercosio partners that have made us look very successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you very much. Thank you for your point on the needs of female leadership and youth engagement to ensure success. But as well, I also retain co-design, co-fund, co-development as a key driver for success of the initiative. And now we are going to conclude this panel presentation with the last but not least presentation from the University of Ghana. Please come on the stage.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kwame. I'm based at the University of Ghana, and I'm the project coordinator for MacNoA. So MacNoA is the name of the consortium, and we cover countries over West and North Africa. So there are 18 countries involved in our activities, and we focus on fisheries-related issues, basically utilizing Earth observation data to develop various services that will ensure sustainable use of fisheries resources. Again, we also, through support of meteorological agencies, develop safety at sea services that targets fishermen. So the idea is you have a lot of fishermen who operate from very feeble platforms, canoes, and how do we ensure that they can constantly have access to fish that they sell to make money? So the service is designed that you provide information on the state of the ocean in various forms through the use of mobile phones, web applications, SMS text, and even flags. I mean, during the press conference, supporting activities that would allow us to engage more with women and the youth and so forth. So that is what we do. Over the period, we have engaged at various levels entities that would find EO solutions relevant to them. So at the beginning of our project, we had a launch in Accra where regional bodies, representatives from countries, private sector, other national agencies were present, where we spoke, discussed, and looked at opportunities to utilize EO data for resource management. We've worked together with CSC. These regional bodies would come to accept that EO tools are important in their day-to-day activities, and how do they take it up? We've had visits from a sub-regional body based in Accra, but they cover about 5 countries from Nigeria, Togo, Benin, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire. It's called the FCWC, Fisheries Commission for West and Central Gulf of Guinea, where we are also discussing on ways of them taking up our vessel monitoring services, because one of the key activities they are involved in is ensuring that industrial fleets operate properly within the region, and they ensure that we utilize our fisheries resources effectively. So in North Africa, it's a bit difficult finding regional bodies. So what we are doing again is talking to the countries. We have very strong collaboration with entities in Egypt, Morocco, and until recently we have started talking to Libya, where we plan to engage further on how to take up EO service. I'm not saying these countries do not have EO capabilities, they do, but under the ambit of GMES and Africa, we need to work together to ensure that we meet the goals of GMES and Africa. So we have signed 2 MOUs with PRCM. So PRCM is a regional partnership for conservation of the coastal and marine areas in West Africa. They have a coalition of over 80 organizations, and the countries they cover are Cape Verde, Gambia, Guinea, Conakry, Guinea-Bissau, Mauritania, Senegal, and Sierra Leone. So that's one half of West Africa covered, working through PRCM. That is another easy way of doing this, because these countries already work through this organization. So it's sort of, you have a centralized node where you can work, and it makes our work a bit easier if we take this approach. Another exciting thing that we have been able to do is we have found ways now to build a network of canoe owners and operators. Like I had indicated earlier, they are the people who utilize our safety at sea services. We've had this service running perfectly in Ghana and in Nigeria. Over the years, we've had challenges on how to reach out to other countries. But through this approach and through this network, we can now have... So how are we engaging with the regional bodies? So over the period, we feel like you can't just sit back at the University of Ghana with our partners from the different countries and say, let's do this, let's do that, let's do... No, let's engage. So what we did was had a platform where we discussed. We talked through some of their needs, showed them the solutions, and they had fallen in love with it. So a good example is a document we have generated with Abidjan Convention. In this document, there are targeted services that we will develop. Some of them are even a bit out of what we had started initially in terms of developing detection algorithms for looking at transshipment, pair trawling. These are things that affect them most. So they would take up the service, build their capacity technically, and where they do not have that capacity, McNoah together to take up these services. Then we would go ahead to finalize some outstanding agreements that we have and work together to become sort of a technical arm of some of these institutions, because they do have all the ideas, the interest, and so forth. But most of them did not have personnel who have skills in EO data processing. And I think we could be of help in that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Kwame, for bringing up the point of the importance of the tailored approach when it comes to different users and the relevance of regional body in reaching the national dimension. A big round of applause for our speaker. Thank you very much. Thank you for staying in your time. Unfortunately, we don't have time for moderation, for question and answer from the public, but I'm sure there will be a lot of possibility during the week to engage further with all of you. At least I will do from my side. I have a lot of questions, so I will come to see you. Thank you also for the rapporteur that are somewhere in the room for taking all the notes and then deliver a very good summary of.
And, okay. We have four, and the rapporteur are Dr. Rekia and Carol Ajos. They are the rapporteur. So please welcome, let us welcome our panelists, and then we can start. If you don't welcome them, we'll still working till 7. So please welcome them, please. Thank you very much. Dr. Benjamin, thank you for accepting, really, thank you very much. Okay. Tigan, I want just to take the opportunity because Benjamin said, as soon as if we really need him, he studied since Dakar, we can use him. That's why I took this opportunity to use Benjamin. Thank you, Benjamin.
Okay, so bear with me a little bit for the last few minutes before we all are going for this beautiful drink at the side of the pool. So I very now that I'm sitting beside you in that very beautiful event. But we do have a final panel here at the end of the day. We heard a lot about policies and about how we can bring all these things together from the continental, regional, and national level. So this panel really should be a wrap-up of the first day, bringing the different levels together, how we can work together from the different institutions, the different types of institutions, different ways how to work together. And for that we have four. I don't know where Remy is. Is he coming still, or no? Good. So we're starting with 3-panel list, which will help us to make the discussion even shorter and more on the point. Very good. To discuss the question of how we can work at a continental program with different types of institutions together. So GMES in Africa has all these elements in there, and I think that is very interesting and very useful discussion which we should have at the end of this first day. For that, we do have Catherine Guillot from the DG INPA, the International Partnership of the European Commission. We have Driss Hadanan from the Office for Outer Space from the United Nations, and André from UNICA, which we already heard just recently in the last sessions. So I would like to start with a question: how these different type of institutions, like on national, regional, and continental level, can have specific roles and contribute in a specific complementary way to implement the continental Earth observation program. I think André is perfectly positioned to start us off on this kind of discussion, because he is responsible on the continental level, but in the same time working with African countries. So, André, take it off here.
Okay, thank you very much, Benjamin. My sense is that how the saying goes, the law is reason, meaning that African countries, African nations, and all the stakeholders involved in the space arena have the responsibility to work collaboratively to advance the space agenda in Africa. And we need, from my point of view, collaborative structures and frameworks to unite all these stakeholders to successfully leverage space enabling capability for at least, maybe if we don't have the solution, we'll tell you we don't have the solution, but at least ask. And then the global institutions have the responsibility to respond to your request. And I hear Driss talking about what UNOSA can do for some of the African countries, but they don't know that they have this power to ask because we belong to them. And I believe this is maybe where we can promote this collaboration we are calling between the global, the regional, and the national level. Thank you.
Thank you, André. Perhaps Driss, as you has been just mentioned, do you want to complement from the UN global point of view?
Thank you. I think I would like to bring some elements to the discussion concerning these 3 levels and the roles and specific roles that could play the national, regional, international partners or institutions in implementing continental Earth observation initiatives. At the national level, I think there are 3 components that could play an important role in the implementation of this strategy. The first one is data collection and management. National institutions, I think, that are best possible and can play an important role in collecting, managing Earth observation data within the respective borders too. And then this will involve ground and space-based sensors and infrastructures to enabling the development of Earth observation uses in the continent. So this is the first element at the regional level, coordination and collaboration. Also, we could advise or recommend that at the regional level, we should have some common and shared infrastructures. As you know, this development and the use of satellite data require investment in terms of technology, in terms of infrastructure, to make this data available, to make it accessible to. So at the regional level, we could also have a common objective to have common infrastructure developed and operational. At the continental level, I think the example of GMES is one of these important roles that a continent is used to gather all resources and to make decisions available to African countries. The third element that maybe could participate to the enhancement of the capacities and enhancement of the use of Earth observation data is mechanisms of evaluation and monitoring, which bring support and also help to learn lessons, to share experiences, to share good practices among countries. As far as it concerns an international level, from the UNOSA point of view, I would like to stress three elements that could this institution played, and I also already stressed it in my previous presentation. Capacity building, UNOSA playing a role, it's intended also to strengthen more this role in developing capacities within countries at the country level, at the regional level, on the
mission for Central African States. Donc, Rémi, tu peux nous donner votre point de vue, quel rôle une organisation régionale peut ajouter sur des activités continentales comme GMES en Afrique?
Oui, merci beaucoup, monsieur le modérateur. Et je ne sais pas si, en parlant sans écouteur, sans micro, comme me disait ce micro, je pense que ça va aller. Bon, moi, comme le modérateur l'a dit, je parle vraiment dans le contexte, dans les contextes du travail qui peut être fait par les communautés économiques régionales. Donc, comment est-ce que le rôle des communautés économiques régionales dans la mise en œuvre des initiatives continentales. Et ce que je veux d'abord dire d'emblée, c'est que la mise en œuvre ou l'implication des REC dans la mise en œuvre des initiatives continentales s'inscrit dans le cadre de leur rôle ou bien de leur mandat statutaire. Parce que déjà, nous avons comme mandat, c'est-à-dire les REC ont comme mandat statutaire d'accompagner les États dans la mise en œuvre d'abord de plans ou des initiatives qu'ils ont conçues à leur niveau. Ça, c'est un. Donc, nous devons les accompagner pour que l'Union africaine ont adopté. Parce que les chefs d'État de l'Union africaine est construit par les pays. Donc, dès que les recommandations des directives sont prises à leur niveau, les REC ont ce mandat de faire appliquer ça dans leur espace. Donc, voilà comment le rôle que nous jouons dans la mise en œuvre des initiatives continentales. Alors, si nous prenons le cas spécifique de GMES, qui est d'abord une initiative ou bien un instrument mis en place à l'UCI, mais dans le cadre de la mise en œuvre de la politique et stratégie africaine en matière d'observation de terre. Donc voilà, nous sommes très impliqués. Donc les REC sont déjà concernés dans la mise en œuvre de ce programme. Et là, nous sommes très contents parce que comment on peut dire, le modèle, le système, comment on peut dire, le modèle de gouvernance de ce...
Thank you, Benjamin, and also for the other panelists to have framed this discussion on the three different levels, national, regional, and continental. And yeah, so as you said, we have in the European Commission different levels of programs in general. So we are working at global level, regional, and national level. And it's very complex to make the link between all of them. But at the same time, it's really beneficial to make these links both at operational level, but also at more institutional level or even policy levels. Maybe taking of course, the example of GMES in Africa, since we are all here for that. Maybe I will repeat some of the points that were said before. But in terms of the program governance, GMES in Africa foresees these interlinkages between the different levels. First, at the level of the program governance, as Rémi was saying, we invite the RECs to participate and to observe also what the program is doing in order to share this information with the different regions. So at the level of program governance, we have, of course, the African Union Commission, the European Commission also participating with different DGs, and with this, let's say, participation of all the partners, we are intending to increase the knowledge of the different activities of the program. So I would like also to make this point on the knowledge sharing, and because it's key in this program, so complex in order to be able to transmit the information between the different levels. And for that, of course, several tools are available that maybe should be improved in terms of impact and expected result. I think since this morning we have talked a lot about communication and awareness raising, and that is key at all the levels, but also to make the link with the different levels. We have also talked about monitoring, evaluation of the different activities. I think here maybe also how the monitoring and evaluation of the activities can feed the whole.
Thank you. Putting this all together. Doris, do you want to complement that, how you can align these three levels? You have already said something about the different types, but I mean, bringing the flow through the different levels?
Yeah, as far as concerned, the alignment of these activities and action, national, regional, and continental level, I think it's more efficient, this collaboration across the three levels. The first one is the promotion of a common vision and common goals. Ensure that in common vision and goals set, that all are aligned with the same objective, with the same strategy. And this requires a shared understanding of the overarching objectives of GMES, for example, and the Africa strategy, the reinforcement of the capacities there. The second element for the alignment is the harmonization of policies and standards, as we are working, for example, with projects that cover very large regions. There is a third level of the alignment, is the creation of coordination mechanisms or coordination and governance structures that could play this role between the three levels and make it possible to have this structure to serve as a platform for decision-making, policy formulation, also sometimes conflict resolution, and also common and shared resources. This approach will enable and ensure and facilitate inclusivity and ensure that the interests of all stakeholders are taken in consideration. The fourth element in the alignment is as I said before, the resource sharing and mobilization. As far as these three levels act together for this kind of objectives, which means have common resources, shared resources, and coordinating actions to mobilize new resources and new fundings, this will facilitate and help that this alignment.
Au niveau de la communauté internationale. Donc, alors pour ça, au niveau de REC, nous mettons d'abord en place, nous avons une stratégie. D'abord, par exemple, pour le cas qui concerne la communauté économique et régionale, c'est depuis 2007 qu'il a été mis en place un plan stratégique à l'horizon 2025. Bon, et avec la réforme de l'institution, depuis la commission, la nouvelle commission de la communauté a été mise en place depuis 2020. Et là, il a été aussi adopté un plan d'action, comment je peux dire, on peut aligner toutes ces initiatives, tant qu'au niveau national, au niveau des pays, tout comme au niveau régional. Bon, alors comme je dis pour les initiatives de ce programme, nous attendons d'abord, parce que même au niveau de la commission, il était question de savoir à quel département on doit inscrire ce volet. Parce que quand ils ont vu le département qui a la sécurité, paix, sécurité, ils voient le mot sécurité au programme, ils croient que non, ça doit aller là-bas. Alors que l'environnement, là, il a fallu qu'on leur demande que non, si on parle de la sécurité, au niveau de GMES, c'est parce que c'est surtout la sécurité liée à la recherche des ressources naturelles. Ce n'est pas la sécurité pour, de guerre ou ainsi de comment, mais c'est seulement vraiment pour résoudre les problèmes de sécurité liés à la recherche des ressources naturelles. Donc, c'est dans avec cet instrument régional qui est la politique, disons le plan stratégique institutionnel, où nous inscrivons toutes les initiatives, soit au niveau régional, au niveau national, ou bien au niveau continental, pour les harmoniser au niveau régional. Merci.
Merci. Non, c'est clair. Avec un plan stratégique, on a une idée mieux comment on peut avancer ensemble. To wrap up this panel, I would like to think about implementation, how we implement these kind of continental Earth observation activities. André, how can international organizations help to make this work? Keeping in mind that you have an international head, but you work together with countries, and you know a lot of different type of activities. So I'm looking here for how we can create synergies, how we can make things more effective.
A good question, and let me respond to you frankly.
Yeah.
They should stop, I might say, establishing program or pushing for program that are technological push, meaning that we should cooperate with member states, with sub-regional organizations, with the real desire to get things happen, not to implement things that respond to your particular needs. And this is sometimes what we are seeing. Most of the partners, they are coming to implement a kind of piecemeal approach because they want to achieve a hidden agenda beyond what they are, the support they are providing. And we should maybe run away of this way of doing business now, and have a win-win collaboration and partnership with member state and other stakeholders. That's, from my point of view, the only way we can ensure that we have a very strong ownership and also ingestion of the technology within our own circumstances in Africa. But let me also push another be controversial on the last question about how do we align the regional, national, and global initiative. We are at war, if I may say like that. During the lunch break, I was hearing Tidjane saying that 25 or 26 African countries have started developing space program, either to launch a satellite or to put in place receiving station or whatever. Do we believe this is the way to go? I heard last week a country like Djibouti has even launched its own nano satellite. So we are in a context of competing for power, competing among ourselves in Africa. I'm talking to my fellow Africans. And this is a problem. This is truly a problem. We cannot align in this condition, in this context. Whatever the order have said, Drissa outlined some key steps to ensure the alignment. That's very, very nice, very good, but it's not working. For that to work, we need also an aspect of enforcement from the African Union. We have put a space strategy, a space policy. We have even put a space agency. Tidjane, can you go to Burkina and tell Burkina, don't do that? You cannot. They will never listen to you. And we need this kind of enforcement at some point. Unless otherwise, we will not get the alignment we are requiring from the global to regional to national. We'll keep cooking our own sauce, and he would not bring us anywhere. We need this enforcement. This is my takeaway from all the discussion I'm hearing.
The European Space Agency, we always are managing between national and regional interest, and the best thing is only to really have a soft guidance in the end, showing that you're working together at the programmatic, at the budget level, and as well at the competitive level, because you need to have competition in the end. And that's nothing you can avoid, and actually it's good for the overall community. Chris, shortly, because we need to wrap up. And
just few comments on what my friend Jorgen said. I totally agree with him that there's a sort of competition, but this competition, I think, finds the roots in one, the misunderstanding of space technology, and we have 35 or more than countries developing space strategies, space agencies, but I think we should put this in a real dimension of these strategies and policies. Launching a cube satellite doesn't mean that we have satellite capacities, space capacities. This is almost a development of some capacities in terms of technology, research and development, but it's not a space program, it's not a space strategy. This is one, I think. We should, when speaking about space activities in Africa, space program in Africa, we should maybe come back to this elements of alignment. I agree with you, this is good, but if we have to make it operational, it should be started at a high political level. This strategy, African space strategy, African space policy, I think this is a good and a huge step in coordinating activities in Africa. But the second step is to put behind this the required resources, financial resources, technical resources, political resources to make the strategy and this policy translated in the field and start creating benefits, start creating results, start creating sustainable.
To work together at a certain point and to bring some added value to regional or continental activities. But this, of course, should be framed in a policy, let's say, policy frame, as you mentioned, Grace. And maybe here, just to mention the EU perspective and the last also EU-EU space dialogue that we had just organized last month. I think it was also a very good opportunity to, it's really the start of this dialogue, but the idea is really to be able to also to showcase what the continent is doing, but also to bring the results of what is being done at the national level and the regional level. So as you said, it's a question of framing all the activities in this policy framework, to work with this science policy interface that I think also we have talked a lot since this morning, but I think it's really important to take this on board when we would like also to showcase what is being
level, especially in the continent as rich, as large as Africa. GMES in Africa tries that since now several years and very successfully, and also thanks to Tidiane to herding everybody together and leading the way on that way. I think it's not a small task he is doing that. And we all are working on that, and I hope we can take out of this discussion that we bring synergy out of all these different activities from national, regional, and continental level, and we here also there to help these kind of things to make that work in the international global level. So with that, I think our drink has started 5 minutes ago, so I think we should run over to the hotel very fast to get whatever is left over. Thank you very much.
So we are done. Okay, we are done. Thank you very much. For today, we want to thank, on behalf of all of us, thank you very much for your attendance. Our last panel is to go and have dinner. This is the very last panel. So, bon appétit à tout le monde. Merci, merci, merci.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, good evening. Hello. Yeah, we are still managing the event through the application. So kindly, for those who have not been able to download, follow the instructions on the display. We only have 108 downloads, and we are over 200. So kindly download the application, register, so that you follow the agenda from the application. Thank you.